Well, we are now streaming live on Byron Dragway TV. Live coverage on YouTube of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. We're about a little over halfway through the second session of Friday action at Glory Days. 3-day event. And we lead the way this session of Altereds and front engine dragsters with Randy Wagner from Wagner's Auto Body out of Plymouth, Wisconsin. And Wagner's going to lose fire, it appears, at the starting line. Throws his hands up in the air. Not sure what the matter is with the blown Ford 31 Ford Roadster from Plymouth, Wisconsin. And it looks like they're checking the fuel tank. So they'll pull the golf cart up, they'll get the starter and try to crank it over once more. Randy Wagner from Plymouth, Wisconsin, 31 Ford Roadster, 417 Donovan blown. He made a great run earlier today, well into the 8s. Pushed about 150 miles per hour or so. So they'll try to get it refired here for Randy Wagner. Take number 2. Well, he manages to keep all the candles lit, has to backpedal at about the 500-foot mark, and gets back into it again just after the 8th mile. 866 at 163 miles per hour, and a lot of fancy pedal work the whole way down for Randy Wagner. I believe that is right, Charlie. That is very well the top speed of the weekend so far, 163 for Randy Wagner, and just think what he will do on a full quarter-mile pole. One can only imagine the top speed we will see before the end of the weekend from Randy Wagner. The special agent Tim Risen from Elgin, Illinois, the 1930 Ford A in the right-hand side. Patiently watching is Kevin Kraus in the Henry Buzzard 57 front-engine dragster from Montgomery, Illinois. Backs up from a very, very lengthy burnout on the left-hand side. Kraus on the left-hand side, the Henry Buzzard, as he's called. 350 small block Chevy between the frame rails of that front-engine dragster for Kevin Kraus, left-hand side. Risen, a special agent, listed as his occupation, and nothing more. I am sure it is some very need-to-know information on a need-to-know basis only. Whoa, hold on to it, Kraus. Kevin Kraus pops up the front tires and aims right for the photographer. Comes down and sticks the landing and gets back in the throttle once more, 138 miles per hour. The average human being would probably be shaking. Their heart rate would be somewhere up around 180 beats per minute or something absurd. Not Kevin Kraus, cool, calm, collected. He gets it back in the groove. Goes a 10.46 at 1:38, but not enough to catch Tim Rison. It goes a 10.63 at 1:23 in the right-hand lane. This is the Time Warp Ford Altered, 23 Ford Altered of Graham Chance out of Kingsville, Missouri, on the left-hand side. Paired up with Kevin Bunch. And an altered, a 32 Bantam Altered from Loves Park, Illinois. And this one is shaping up to be a very close race. Starting line advantage goes to Kevin Bunch on the right-hand side, but Graham Chance has the performance down track. He goes in 11:40 laps time, 117 miles per hour for Graham Chance. And he gets the win. Tom Colwall Jr. coming up in the right-hand side. Front engine dragster. He is father, Tom Colwall Sr., also in competition this weekend. Racing a Nostalgia Super Stocker, I do understand. So Colwall in the right-hand pass. Looks like he's going to get a single run on the right-hand side. From Garden City, Michigan, Tom Colwall Jr. doing a solo run in the 1962 Dragmaster Dart front engine dragster of Tom Colwall Jr. Wow, he's got a light front end. Those tires are floating off the surface. Makes the gear change and it starts to settle back down. A 928, 125 miles per hour for Tom Colwall Jr. But for the first 200 feet, those front tires were just floating, skating down the track. That is the Professor, Tim Arney, in the right-hand side from Shanahan, Illinois. A whiz-bang front-engine dragster. Actually raced here over Labor Day weekend. The U.S. Bracket Nationals back in 1978. One of the first front-engine dragsters of its kind in the Chicagoland area. Tim Arney in the right-hand side, paired up with the big winner from the National Hot Rod Reunion NHRA Holly-sponsored event down in Bowling Green over Father's Day weekend. That is the big winner from the Hot Rod Reunion, Bill Fustine. In the left-hand side, the Illinois Outlaw, as he is known. He'll go in 8:55 laps time, 1:53 for Bill Fustine, 8:43 at 1:54 for the Professor, Tim Arney in the right-hand side. And the parts chaser is back. The YouTube star from Kingsley, Michigan, Davin Rickcow with the Haggerty Insurance sponsorship. Did an impressive burnout earlier today. Something failed on the car before he could stage it up to make a run. But fingers crossed that the parts all stay together for the parts chaser of Davin Rickcow. A poster car for this event. That's right, he was on the event flyer. As seen widely all over the internet as well as in print in such places as Gasser Wars magazine. Attention to the pits. We are ready for Nostalgia Gassers. Lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Nostalgia Gassers. Staging lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Nostalgia Gassers. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. 868 on the right-hand side for Devin Rickow, 151 miles per hour. What a performance for the parts chaser from Michigan. Devin Rickow with a great, great run. Make sure I got my PA right now that I changed it. From just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois, comes Clinton Champlain. He's in the right-hand side. Had a solo run earlier today. Now he is paired up with the Dragon Wagon. That's right, the 48 Crowsley station wagon of Mike Allison out of Yorkville, Illinois. Mike Allison left-hand side, Clinton Champlain in the right-hand lane. Second session of the day today for the front-engine dragsters and altereds, and it has been a great session indeed. Champlain, right-hand side, Allison in the left-hand lane. A little back pedal for the Dragon Wagon. Champlain begins to pull away. Champlain's car starts to move around at the finish line, but he will get the win. 8:47 at 156 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. 9:04 at 140 for Mike Allison in the Crowsley Dragon Wagon. And here comes Jim Casales from Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, the presenting sponsor of this Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. And a car that he debuted out here 1 year ago, the 41 Willys Coupe from Kirkland, Illinois, that he calls the Night Prowler. One of the poster cars for this event, Jim Casales, specializing in fleet maintenance. If you depend on your trucks being on the road, you can depend on Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. Give them a call, 815-751-6042. Proud presenting sponsor of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. He'll make his best run of the weekend. 1196, 110 miles per hour for Jim Casales in the right-hand side. So we are looking for the Nostalgia Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstock, you are on standby. Nostalgia Superstock, you are on standby. And thank you to everyone tuning in and watching live on YouTube. We are streaming now on Byron Dragway TV. Thanks for tuning in. And if you live within driving distance of Byron Dragway, you need to be here this weekend. Great show coming up this afternoon and tonight. Full day of action and night of racing tomorrow as well. And again on Sunday, the matinee show starting at 10, wrapping up at about 4 p.m. on Sunday. More 66 and earlier action, as well as the inclusion of Muscle Car Sunday, a little bit looser, 79 and older typically, as well as Nostalgia Pro Stock action. Cars that pay tribute to the likes of Lee Shepard, Bill Grumpy Jenkins, Bob Glidden. Need I say more? The Innocent Rascal. That is Steve Bacon. 41 Willies from Kingston, Illinois. 355 cubic inch under the hood. Bacon Racing well represented this weekend. Steve's brother Gerald racing a Chevy. You've got his son Ben, Steve's son Ben, racing in Anglia. So no shortage of bacon here at Byron Dragway. Paired up with Brandon Beach on the right-hand side. The Daddy's Thane 58 Chevy Bel Air right-hand side. Wish there was more sunshine out today so you could really admire and marvel at the metal flake of the paint job of that 58 Chevy, but make sure you wander down to the pits and take a close look. That is an impressive car. So Daddy's Thane to the right-hand side and Innocent Rascal left-hand lane. Looks like the Chevy's got the edge. The Chevy's got the win. 10:07 to 1:32 for Brandon Beach in the right-hand side. Picking up the win over Steve Bacon in the left-hand lane. Paging B.J. Vanksness to the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. B.J. Vanksness to the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, please. We are paging B.J. Vanksness to the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, please. Dave Walters and Ben Bacon on track right now. David Walters from Monticello, Illinois. 48 Anglia on the right-hand side, paired up with the 52 Anglia of Ben Bacon in the left-hand lane. Ben's wife, Michelle, performing the backup girl duties in the left-hand side. Bacon, a railroad worker, left lane from Kingston, Illinois. David Walters in the Revenger Anglia from Monticello on the right-hand side. Well, I hope you had your camera ready for that one. Side by side, Anglia wheel stands off the starting line. Bacon appears to be pulling away with this one. He'll go 11, 21, 122 miles per hour on the left-hand side. David Walters, 1195 at 107 in the right-hand lane. Kip Galloway coming up, the High Life. Ford Falcon from Mackinac, Illinois. Another car with extensive metal flake in the paint job, but again on a beautiful sunny day like we expect to have here tomorrow. That car will be on full display. And Ted Beach in the 37 Chevy Coupe from Aurora, Illinois. I believe the number was 137. 137 stars in total on the paint job of the 37 Chevy Coupe. Ted's Performance Shop, a car he calls Uncle Sam. Well, Ted Beach is using every bit of that 1,320-foot racetrack. He goes from one side to the other, and he still gets the win. 947 at 141 miles per hour for Ted Beach. And the 37 Chevy Coupe left-hand side, the Falcon, the High Life. Kip Galloway goes a 973 and 139 in the right-hand lane. We're looking for Great Lakes Gassers. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Great Lakes Gassers, staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Tom Peters, that is the Drag Addict 51 Kaiser Henry J. to left-hand side. Paired up with the Glory Days Ford F100 pickup truck in the right-hand lane. Well, as the day goes on, we do ask racers, please choose between running with your class or with your club. Make a choice between running with your class or with your club. If you are hot lapping, making more than one run in a session, we will send you back. So 1 run per class or club. Again, we run everybody. We want everyone to have equal track time. So if you are running with your class, just run with the class. If you're running with a club, run with the club. But do not run with your class and your club. We do ask you to have respect for the other racers. We want everyone to have equal track time, and it is discouraging for those that watch somebody run 2, maybe 3 times a session. Nothing fair about it. So drivers, we do ask that you choose between running with either your class or with your club. We do ask you to choose. So we'll do a left lane single here. Looks like the Robertson wagon on the right-hand side is broke. So one into the left-hand lane. That is the Irish Thunder 4-door Chevy Nova wagon as driven by Ryan Hanlon. Out of St. Louis, Missouri, the Route 3 film-sponsored entry. It looks like his opponent has the wagon re-fired up in the right-hand side. But Hanlon's going to get there first and get the win. 10:66 with the 625 miles per hour on a solo pass for the Irish Thunder 4-door Chevy Nova wagon of Ryan Hanlon. So Dustin Robertson now has the 55 Chevy wagon refired all the way from Hannibal, Missouri. And it may have lost fire once more. So a final call, Great Lakes Gassers. Final call, Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Final call, Great Lakes Gassers, staging lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstocks, lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstocks, lane 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstocks, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. So they will push back the 55 Chevy wagon of Dustin Robertson. And hopefully nothing severe, hopefully nothing that they can't fix before the day is through. And these are the Great Lakes Gassers. Leading the way is Tim Tomotzik. The Tomotzik Competition Engines sponsored 42 Willys Coupe from Manchester, Michigan in the left-hand lane. An auto tech teacher, as a matter of fact, so educating the youth on all things automotive on the left-hand side, Tim Tomotzik. Paired up with the Russo and Santos C-Gas sedan on the right-hand side. A little front tire wobble from Tomotzik on the left-hand side, and he has got it straightened out at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Tim Tomotzik. 993, 137 miles per hour on the left-hand side. The Willys in the left lane will get the win over the Russo and Santos and 3 on the right-hand side. Hey, a reminder, the 50-50 raffle is ongoing at the ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter 50-50 raffle. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket. They are available right behind the tower. The table is set up. Stop down, see Dave, and get your 50-50 ticket benefiting the ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter. The raffle will be drawn at 6:30. Bowman gets the win left lane, 9:66 laps time, 134 miles per hour. Left-hand side for Rick Bowman. All the way from Jackson, Michigan comes Rob Lymanstole and a 48 Austin right-hand side, and that car says attack, and it is on attack mode. Attack, attack, attack. That thing is as furious as a shark attack on the right-hand side. Rob Lymanstole, it is loud. It'll roast the tires, clear out to about the 200-foot mark, and he'll back it up nice and slow to pair up with the Willie Mammoth. Coming up to the left-hand side, number 4041. A beautiful Willys from Michigan. Oh, he's got it set up on attack mode, but it might be too much. He'll shut it off on the right-hand side and coast through to a 1081. 1071, a 132 on the left-hand side, getting the win. We're going to hold up the show here for just a moment, do a quick track inspection of the right lane. A little bit of a haze following that car. Might be nothing, but it might be something. And in that case, you just want to double check and be sure and certain. So track owner BJ Vangus going to wander out there and take a thorough inspection of the right lane before we send our next entry. That is Steve Yoder in the Novocaine Chevrolet Nova. From Indiana, the Hoosier with the Novocaine coming up here in just a moment's time. We're going to do a track inspection before we send out our next entry. Super stocks are in the lanes, and about ready to go. Nostalgia Super Stocks are coming up soon. We'll put the call out now for Meltdown Drags, the MDA, Meltdown Drags Association, to lane number 10, please. Meltdown Drags Association to staging lane at number 10, please. And Brew City Gassers to staging lane number 11. Meltdown Drags, lane 10, please. And Brew City Gassers to staging lane number 11.
Stan Johnson coming to the line with his 68 front engine dragster. That's a Pontiac sitting out there in front of him. Stan is out of Brookville, Wisconsin.
Look at that thing shake!
It's like shake, rail, and roll here, guys. This could get interesting.
I never seen a paint can shake like that.
I've never seen that either, especially out of a small block. Of course, that's a Pontiac. They do some weird things. And it looks like he's just going to tool on down through there and get off the top end for us.
Check the motor mounts on it.
Yeah, we might check those motor mounts.
It's either a loose driver or a loose.
Nostalgia Superstocks, the better than nothing 62 Dodge Dart. Up against the Rapido Fender 427, 63.5 Ford. These were great cars back in their day. First car ever bought, or first car ever financed was a 62 Dodge Dart. The 318 under the hood. Did a lot of racing against 327 Malibu. I'm going to assume that's a 413 wedge motor in there, 427 FE motor in the right lane. Ford gets there first, 1050 at 129. Left-hand lane 1078 at 123. Beautiful Thunderbolt. Fair lane 500 coming up next. Coming up against 65 Plymouth. Car's been around for a long time. The Ferris Motors out of Savannah, Illinois on the side of the car for many years. That's the Ford Thunderbird there in the left lane. 65 Plymouth Belvedere with a 426 wedge under the hood. Thunderbolt out in front, but he was red. Belvedere trying to chase him down. Can't do it. 1060 for the Ford, 1075 for the Mopar. Got a Dodge Coronet and a Plymouth Belvedere up there next. Both from the Tigers. John Reset, the Hard Day's Night car. It's Gordy Long in the 65 Dodge out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. 440 under the hood. Wheels up for Reset. Pretty even on the top end. Reset gets there first at 10:05. Gordy Long at 10:15. Great race. Doug Henderson, never too late, Plymouth. Against the Teacher's Pet. That's Bob Durling. Doug Henderson, left-hand lane out of Columbia, Missouri. Bob Durling all the way from Mooresville, Indiana. Another great race. Doug Henderson gets there first. 10:18 to a 10:38 for Bob Durling. Meltdown cars to lane 10. Meltdown to lane 10. And Brew City to 11. Brew City to lane number 11.
They can do 11 and 12, actually. Brew City 11.
Brew City make that 11 and 12. 11 and 12. Malibu at 1263 at 112. Mitt Trindell, Orkamawak, Wisconsin. 65 Dodge Ford at 427. Beautiful, beautiful 67 Chevy Impala SS with 582 cubic inches under the hood. That's Dan Kunstner out of Oshkosh.
He's the son of Crazy Joe.
Understand that Dan's father has been here since the opening day of the drag strip, what, back in 1964? Milt's out in front. He had a red light. The Impala, a great reaction time. 012. See if you can catch him down there. Can't do it. Goes to 977 at 139. Milt goes at 905 at 146. Test 1, 2. Long burnout by the Grand Spalding Dodge Charger. Yeah, go ahead. I believe the Green Hornet is about a 30 Model A. Green Hornet away first. Dodge Charger trying to chase him down. Not going to do that. Green Hornet, a nice pass at 1095 at 117. Mr. Norm's car, 1179 at 113. Looks like we have a four-door Chevelle up here next. And El Camino. Chevelle goes through to 1390 at 98 miles an hour. The El Camino, no time. I believe he left the starting line too soon. The Harry Hauler, beautiful orange Willys. That's Paul Zielsdorf. Now that looks like one wild, crazy ride to me. Willys goes through 1079 at 123. We're rearranging some of our information up here for a little bit, so we won't have all the information right now for you. We'll do our best here to call the cars for you. Left-hand lane looks like a Plymouth Valiant. Something with a Hemi in it. Looks like probably, is that a Chevy there? Is it a 37 Chevy maybe? Needs stock class cars and motorcycles to lane 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane 1, please. Right lane gets there first, 1207 at 108. A 1289 at 106 for the left lane. Got a B gasser coming up here. Looks like a 51 Plymouth to me. I don't know what a 52 Chrysler looks like. And that looks sort of like it's a year earlier and a little bit cheaper. And this is not the most beautiful car I've seen here today, but pretty unique. Henry J. Kelly Berger in the left lane in the B gasser. Pretty even off the line. Looks like the Willys will get down through there first. Runs 1143 at 113. The Plymouth an 1105 at 121. Once again, motorcycles, lane 1. Next up, the Tough 2, Chevy 2. Up against the King Ren, the 55 with a 427 under the hood. Chevy 2 gets there first at 1010 at 132. 55 gets there at 1041 at 129. There we go. This should be a wheel stander. Tiki Night Racing, the Hauling Ford Econoline. Listed as a degasser. Right lane, beautiful car driven by Finn Jensen out of Rockford. Great heads-up race. They were dead even at 8th mile. Finn gets their first at 12:65, 109, 12:40, 110. Here comes the Thing. Tom Cervino. The orange, beautiful orange Chevy 2 up against a 56 Chevy two-tone over there in the right lane. Better reaction time in the right lane. Let's see if he can hold off the Thing. The Thing runs a 1096 at 114. Another Willie. There must be more Willies here than they ever made. I didn't think they made them. Many of them in 1940 and 41. Every one of them became a race car. Up against probably what is a 49 Chevy. Fleet Line, that's a Buick. Right lane there first, 1119 at 120. Left lane at 1284 at 117. Couple more big SUVs in the water box. All hacked up. Altered wheelbase Malibu. Up against the Sour Grape Chevy 2. Don't remember seeing too many altered wheelbase Malibus, but it's a pretty cool idea. Plenty of room there to work with. Right lane away first. Malibu trying to chase him down. Can't do it. Right lane at 1012 at 131. Left lane at 1038 at 130. Next up, the Blacktop Bully. Out of Rich's Hot Rod Shop. 427 under the hood. Up against a gasser-looking Chevy 2. Brindley's Bullet. It's like a couple of sea gassers. Chevy 2 way out in front. Trucks on down there at 1164 at 111. Left lane 1160 at 112. Bone Shaker, A Gasser, long burnout. Up against the Possum Chaser, a Crosley. This one's altered wheelbase, but the wheelbase sticks out in the front, not the back. Wheelie bars out there too. Crosleys are cool. Stock class cars to lane 1. Stock class cars to lane 1. Also motorcycles to lane 1. Stock class to 1. Well, Possum Jason is way out in front. He doesn't have to worry about this race. Gets there first at 9:51 at 134. A 10:36 at 136 in the left lane. Whoa, what a burnout. I think it's probably the burnout of the day. 55 Chevy, stealing time on a single, an A-gasser. That's Skip Hortland behind the wheel there. Gets the door open, get some air in there. Stock, we need you to 1 and 2. One. Hot rod to lane 2. Hot rod to lane 2. Stealing time. A-gasser. 396 under the hood. Turns the red on the tree. Nice pass. 962 at 139. Well, let's see who can do the best burnout here now. Beautiful Corvette. I'm sorry. Jeff Reidenbach out of Kenosha. 62 Chevy, big block under the hood. Well, there is no hood. He's got everything else up there. He doesn't have room for a hood. Up against the C-gasser on the right side. John away first and way out in front. Great pass. 893 at 149. A 1072 for the C-gasser at 121. A time run here for a pair of motorcycles. Bikes cruising down through there. Left lane, 1566 at 87 miles an hour. Right lane, 1812 at 71. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first car I ever drove that I got my license in was a 55 Ford. I think I had 4 doors back then. It was actually almost the same color as this car, so that's a little bit of nostalgia there for me. And looks like a Dodge Corvette on the right side. Dodge away first. Runs 1177 and 114. 55 Ford goes a 1410 at 100. Don't forget, Pro Stockers here Sunday. Nostalgia Pro Stocks are here Sunday. Hot rods, you should be in lane 2. Hot rods to lane 2. E-gas to lane 3. D-gas to lane 4. Once again, E-gas, D-gas, lanes 3, D-gas to 4, C-gas, stand by. GTO way out in front of a Malibu there. GTO at 1262 at 105. The Malibu at 1547 at 94. Looks like we're into streetcar still. Shade Tree Racing, 57 Chevy. Looks like some of Sterling's top of the line automobiles there. Against a big Impala, nice Impala. Impala there first, 1189 at 113. 57 goes through at 1433 at 98. Up next, the GMC pick-em-up truck from Mad Dog's Garage. Against a 63 Impala. Final call, hot rod. E-gas to lane 3, D-gas to lane 4. Once again, E-gas to lane 3, D-gas to lane 4. '63 away first. GMC pickup has a little bit of problems getting off the line. 63 goes through the lights at 1299 at 103. Pickup truck a little bit off there, 1719 at 88 miles an hour. There's a battle of the 56 and the 57 Chevys. That's a pretty good looking 56 Chevy 4-door. You don't see too many 4-doors look at that good. Both of them are 4-doors. Battle of the sedan, or hard tops, not even sedans, those are hard tops. Left lane 1120 at 121. Right lane at 1208 at 113. Next up, a 59 Chevy 2-door hardtop. Up against a, I would say, 1938 Pontiac. P38 out in front. Goes to 1319 at 103. The 59 goes to 1281 at 108. On the line at Jeepster. That is pretty cool. That thing, I believe that's a 396 under the hood. I don't have my information in front of me right now, but that's a very, very unique car. He's going to be on a single here. Okay, here we go. Now we're ready to roll with the Jeepster. Spinning the tire. He needs some street slicks. 396 in the Jeepster. I think he needs some more traction. Takes out the back door to 1589. Still runs 95 miles an hour. '61 Chevy in the left lane. I believe this is a Hemi-powered Deuce Coupe, maybe in the right lane. '61 Chevy away first. And gets there first. 1306 at 101. The Coupe of 1416 at 98. Final call to E-Gas, lane 3, D-Gas to lanes 4. Pickup truck there first, 1145 at 117. Left lane 1345 at 101.96. And here comes a street-driven dirt track car. It was down here. It was out here earlier today. Pretty. That is very unique. .271 flathead V8 in that little roadster. Runs a 1487 at 88 miles an hour. Left lane goes to 1379 at 96. '55 Chevys a pair, both black. One's a Bel Air. One's probably a 210, I would think. License run? .1368 in the left lane, beats out of the 1492 in the right lane. I believe this might be a license run here in the 62 Falcon. That's why he's on a single. This car's pretty neat. It doesn't look that good on the outside right now, but he's got some good stuff on there. Got a nice 9-inch rear end in there. Makes a moderate run at 1480 at 90 miles an hour. Plymouth Valiant. Studebaker Hawk, I believe. In the right lane. Valiant there first, 1531 at 89. Right lane, 1569 at 87. Danny Zadrusta out of Montgomery, 37 Chevy Gasser, 383 small block. Up against what looks like a Happy Days 55 Chevy. Right lane gets there first, 1291 at 101. Left lane at 1436 at 90. And we got a Willys pickup. Extremely short bed. Makes it almost look like it's an altered, it's so short. Up against a D-Gas early 50 Chevy, probably a 52 or 3.
53 Chevy, Gerald Bacon.
Gerald Bacon, this 53 Chevy, small block. Gerald gets there first, 1231 at 109. 1296 at 106. Seagas to lane 5. Seagas to lane 5. B-Gas standby. Seagas lane 5. C-Gassers to lane 5, B-Gassers to lane 6 and 7. Once again, C-Gas to lanes 5, B-Gassers to lane 6 and 7. Well, I hope everybody out there is having a good time here at Byron Dragway. This drag strip's been here since back in 1964. A lot of people don't know it, but this was the first purpose-built 4-lane wide racetrack. It wasn't Vegas. It wasn't Charlotte. If you look down the track and you can see the temporary lighting they got out here, that's just about where the outer guardrail was. I don't even think it was a guardrail. It was more like fence posts with a cable, I believe. But the track was 100 foot wide when it was built. It was a mile long all the way up down there up into the trees. Most drag strips even today aren't a mile long. I think Route 66 is a mile long, and that's one of the longer tracks on the NHRA tour. So it was the widest, longest, and supposedly the flattest drag strip in the country at the time. The track was built by Bob Metzler. I think a lot of you have heard of him, Broadway Bob. A guy named Dick Paul, both owners of Great Lakes Dragway at the time. And Rockford's own Don Love. And on Sunday, July 12th, 1964, The Fugitive Dragster was the winner of the day in the Top Fuel Eliminator. Went 195 miles, 195.65. They didn't have ET back then. They just had mile per hour. Chuck Hepler was at the controls of that vehicle, and he was from Champaign, Illinois. Racetrack's also famous for having gas coupe and sedan nationals here. It was pretty much the birthplace of big dollar bracket racing when Ron Leake was here, and he was always referred to as the godfather of bracket racing. Later on in '69 here they had, it was actually October of '64. Mark Peary, who's from Rockford, was driving the Guzzler Top Fuel car out of Chicago. Chris Karamazini's in the Greek himself. Those two Top Fuel cars raced against Ron Carenti and Ed Richansky. They were both in Super Stockers. And the Super Stockers lined up 75 feet behind the Top Fuel cars. The flagman had two flags. He waved off the Super Stockers, and when they went past the Top Fuel cars, he dropped the flag for the Top Fuelers. And that made a real interesting race. That really wasn't a one-off deal either. The '69, they had 4 funny cars there at one time. One of the few times that Austin Coyle ever drove a funny car. I think he only drove it, the Chi-Town Hustler, 3 times. Him and Pat Minnick brought 2 cars to the track that day, and they were going to race a 4-wide match race. Well, car number 4 didn't show up, and Austin Coyle jumped into the new car that they were just here to try out that day, and he actually made 3 passes, 4-wide racing in 1969. Once again, we need C gasters to lane 5, B gasters to lane 6 and 7. If you want to get a little perked up out there, go over and try some of that great ice cream. I've been looking forward to going over there all day long. Randy won't let me leave the tower up here.
So a final call for C Gas. Final call, C Gas to lane number 5. Final call, C Gas, stage your lane number 5. B Gas, lane 6 and 7. B Gas, staging lanes 6 and 7, please. But the call out as well for A Gas. We'll take A Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Lanes 8 and 9, A Gas cars. Staging lanes 8 and 9, please. Well, while we are waiting on cars to come to the staging lanes, this is as good a time as any to stop on down and get your Byron Dragway Glory Days souvenirs. Make sure you swing it on down as well and get your ALS Association Greater Chicago Chapter 50/50 raffle ticket. 50/50 raffle ticket. The drawing will be at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. for the raffle drawing. And they are located right behind the tower, directly behind the tower. B gas and A gas to the lanes, please. B gas to lane number 6 and 7. A gas lanes 8 and 9. B gas lanes 6 and 7. A gas lanes 8 and 9, please. We will take Super Stock Class Cars. Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class Cars to lanes 10 and 11, please. We'll take front engine dragsters and altereds, front engine dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. Front engine dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. A final call for super stock class cars. Final call, super stock class cars to the lanes, please. The 56 Chevy 210. Four-door, left-hand side is Chris Lane from Hinckley, Illinois. He is in the left-hand lane. Paired up with number 147 on the right-hand side. Why, that is none other than Preston Nelson, right-hand lane from Marshall, Nebraska. 1959 Anglia 388 small block Chevy in the right-hand side. For Preston Nelson in the right-hand lane. Nice launch for Preston Nelson, right lane. The Nebraska-based Anglia on the right-hand side will go 1070 to 921 miles per hour for the win, right-hand side. And Chris Lane will go in 11:13. 120 is his speed, left-hand side for the 56 Chevy from Hinckley, Illinois of Chris Lane. So we are looking for front engine dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Once again, front engine dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. Front engine dragsters and altereds, staging lanes 5 and 6, please. This is Brian Graylack and Whitey Hirsch on track right now. Hirsch in the Anglia, right-hand side from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Graylack, beautiful 55 Chevy for the farmer from Harvard, Illinois. The farmer tilling his way to a 947 to 141 miles per hour for Brian Graylack. Whitey Hirsch, the winner, 958 at 137 in the Anglia. Pair of cars from the Who Are Those Guys Car Club. Bob Lorkowski with the flip-top 48 Anglia. Has the flip-top body, much like a funny car on the left-hand side from Bruce, Wisconsin. Bob Lorkowski with a single run for the flip-top Anglia. Well, he chirps the tires with every shift of the gears, and Bob Lorkowski will take it through the quarter mile. Great run, 10:70 with a 4, 127 miles per hour for Bob Lorkowski. So a second call, front engine dragsters and altereds to the lanes, please. Front engine dragsters and alters to the lanes, please. Well, a pair of super stock entries on track, and looks like we've got our first broken car of the weekend. The starting line has claimed its first casualty at the starting line. It's like either a broken, failed rear end or maybe a transmission, but something in the driveline goes amiss for Chris Bolin in the 65 Chevrolet Malibu, all the way from Escondido, California. And he'll have to find the parts and pieces to put it back together and get it all the way back to the Golden State. As Chris Bolin looks like his weekend may come to an end here with the Malibu from California. And that'll make way for Jimmy Ferguson from Hinckley, Illinois. Lists his occupation as a hard-working entrepreneur, and he's working hard to get down the track. This Max Wedge has definitely given him a fit. 63 Plymouth Belvedere. Jimmy Ferguson, built to original 1963 Max Wedge super stock specs. Pie crust slicks and all, it is street legal. $13.99 with a 9, 107 miles per hour for Jimmy Ferguson with a great run in the right-hand lane. Richard Foster with the super stock 1967 Chevrolet Nova from Cary, Illinois. And a 383 small block. Richard Foster is going to go a 1375, 111 miles per hour with the Chevrolet Nova. Chief starter Jeff Spearling doing some maintenance to the starting line following Chris Boland's Malibu having a break at the starting line. We are looking for someone that has a golf cart with a tow strap to tow the Malibu of Chris Boland. He is situated at the head of staging lane number 3, and he is in need of a tow to his pit area. If anyone's got a golf cart that they could lend with a tow strap and help Mr. Boland return to his pit area, that would be greatly appreciated. I know that he would be very grateful. So if anyone's got a golf cart with a tow strap, head over to lane number 3, and Chris Boland could use a tow back to his pit. Thank you kindly.
All right. Casales Mobile Truck Repair is the sponsor. And ladies, this is for you. It's the backup girls, the pinup girls tomorrow before the night show at 6 o'clock. Wear your best. And there is cash awards right now with Casales Mobile Truck Repair putting up $200 for the winner, $100 for second, $50 for third. If we get any other donations, we'll increase it from there. But the backup and pinup girls tomorrow before the night show, wear your best at 6 p.m. Yeah, it'll be held right out by the starting line area. So all the fans in the stands. But we'll get everybody involved. It'll be a neat event. We've had a lot of inquiries from racers and ladies. So Casales says we're doing this.
All right, we'll take the first pair of altereds. May begin to pull out of the lanes. First pair of altereds, we are ready for you. Track is prepped and ready to go. First pair of altereds, make your way out, please. Jamison Griffin coming out to the left-hand side. The 32 Bantam Altered from Owasso, Michigan. 302 Chevy in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Kevin Bunch in the left-hand lane. Kevin Bunch, the 32 Austin Bantam. 964 for Jamison Griffin, 1180 at 112 for Kevin Bunch from Loves Park, Illinois. And Tim Risen, the special agent in the 34 left-hand lane. Paired up with number 368 on the right-hand side. That is Royce Breckler, right-hand side from Stevens Point, Wisconsin in 1956. Ford Thunderbird Competition Coupe Lincoln, 368 on the right-hand side. Royce Breckler, one of the more unique entries of the weekend, goes a 10-12, elapsed time 128 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Tim Risen, he'll go 10:52 at 124.63 miles per hour. And a battle of the Fords right there. Well, that is Tim Arney in the right-hand side from Channahon, Illinois, a retired college teacher, part of the Professor Racing Team, as he calls it. The Whiz-Bang front-engine dragster. Actually was a participant here at Byron Dragway all the way back in 1978 at the Labor Day U.S. Bracket Nationals, one of the original big money bracket races in all the land. So Tim Arney in the front-engine dragster right-hand side, paired up with Davin Rickhow, the Michigan-based front-engine dragster that he calls the Parts Chaser, as sponsored by Haggerty Insurance. A YouTube star as well with the Red Line Rebuilds YouTube channel. Arney in the right-hand side, Rickhow in the left lane. Davin Rickhow is the poster front-engine dragster for this event. Well, Tim Arney's going to come away the winner. 841, 155 miles per hour for Tim Arney. The Professor Racing Team right-hand side. Oh, and a 005 reaction time as well. We are looking for Nostalgia Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Mike Allison in the Crosley Dragon Wagon. Right-hand side out of Yorkville, Illinois. This might be the best run of the weekend for the Dragon Wagon. He'll go 893, 145 miles per hour on the right-hand side. And an 11:19 elapsed time, 117 miles per hour for Graham Chance of Kingsville, Missouri on that last run. Good run for an old altered from the late 1960s, previously raced in Niagara, Florida. Did you know there was a Niagara, Florida? Heard of Niagara Falls, but pretty good distance apart. Maybe it's a freshwater spring, Niagara, like the purified drinking water we've got here in the tower. Tom Colwall Jr. from Garden City, Michigan. Great run for the 62 Dragmaster Dart. And I believe that is his best run of the day today. 9:16, 145.94 miles per hour for Tom Colwall Jr. with a Radical 62 Dragmaster Dart. That car really has a lot of bounce and shake to it. Coming up next, I believe this is the first run of the day today for Buddy Webb in the left-hand lane from Imperial, Missouri, a mainstay of the glory days, vintage drag racing. 2010 King Chassis Dragster, the sixth one off the assembly line, I understand. Buddy Webb in the left-hand lane, paired up with Clinton Champlain of Stillman Valley, Illinois. And boy, the sun's starting to poke out now. You can really marvel at the metal flake and the paint job for Clinton Champlain on the right-hand side. Buddy Webb taking off a bit too early at the starting line. Great run, though. 899 and 147 on the left-hand side. 844 and 157. Clinton Champlain was sure to get the win, if not for Buddy Webb, leaving on the first bulb. Randy Wagner coming up, the Wagner Auto Repair sponsored entry. One last pass, it says on it. And what a hellacious motor on this entry. Supercharged, you can hear the whine. Zoomy headers and all. This may well be one of the fastest cars at the track this weekend. Should be able to make a full pull. I think every run so far, he's had a back pedal at about the 300-foot mark and maybe once more before the 8th mile. Can Randy Wagner make A full quarter-mile pull this time. I believe he may still stand at close to the top speed, somewhere around 156, 157, the top speed so far today for Randy Wegner. How fast can that altered run of Randy Wegner? Well, a lot of pedaling once more. 983 at 109 for Randy Wegner. Not the run he was looking for, but who knows? Maybe in the cool of the night, maybe that's when that car will get its best run of the day. Steve Bacon, the innocent rascal. Willie's in the left-hand side, paired up with number 5 in the right lane. And that is Steve Malmstrom, right-hand lane from Gibraltar, Michigan. A 66 Rambler American. I think the only Rambler of the day today so far. So Steve Malmstrom on the right-hand side, Michigan-based racer. And Steve Bacon, the innocent rascal of Kirkland, Illinois. Right wheels up launches for both drivers. Bacon out front, and Steve Bacon will get the win in the Willys. 10:47 at 120 in the left-hand lane. 10:32 at 1:28 for the Rambler in the right-hand side. A great run for the Rambler from Michigan. Kip Galloway coming up in the right-hand side. That is the High Life Ford Falcon in the right lane. Paired up with number 6 in the tower side. A driver we do not yet have on file, the N&O boys. Auto Garage Shop. And it looks like something comes off the car in the right-hand lane. So we got some debris just at about the 900-foot mark out there in the right-hand lane. We're going to go on hold for a moment and retrieve those parts, whatever they may be, that came off the car at about the 900-foot mark in the right-hand lane. So we go on hold here temporarily to retrieve that debris. Terry Simpson, check your radio. All right, the debris has been retrieved, and we are ready to resume. We've got, well, a combination of the Great Lakes Gassers and the Nostalgia Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers coming out first. This is the Rick Bowman entry from Indianapolis, Indiana. The one he calls Grit in the right-hand side. And car number 4041 in the right lane. That is the Willie Mammoth. Willies, as you might assume. So Bill Archer from Michigan to the right-hand side. The 41 Willys Coupe's going to go a 990 with a 134 miles per hour on the right-hand side. And Rick Bowman will get the win, 973, 133.3. 3 miles per hour, a lot of threes in the speed column for Rick Bowman in the left-hand lane. We have Tom Peters, the drag addict, 51 Kaiser Henry J. from Crescent City, Illinois. 58-year-old service manager with a 327 small block Chevy under the hood of the Kaiser Henry J. in the left-hand lane. Paired up with David Walters from Monticello. Whoa, hold on to it. The Waldo's ride is on a wild one from Monticello, Indiana. Stood it up, and I think that only thing he could see at the top end of the track might have been the steam coming out of the nuclear plant. He'll go a 12:36, 91 miles per hour for David Walters. Boy, I hope you had your camera ready for that one. 10:77 at 120 in the left-hand lane for Tom Peters, the drag addict. Hey, we've got a trunk key. A trunk key has been turned into the tower. It was found on the track. A trunk key. Perhaps you got a fuel cell in your trunk. Perhaps you've got a ham and cheese sandwich in your trunk with your cooler. Well, if you want to get in there, we've got your key in the tower. Stop upstairs, and if you can identify the truck key, well, it is probably your trunk key. Brian Gralick of Harvard, Illinois, 55 Chevy. For the farmer from Harvard on the left-hand side. Paired up with Dustin Robertson. You will recall that 55 Chevy wagon on the right-hand side had troubles earlier. They pushed it back. Well, he's got it fixed, and he's running well. 11-11, 106 miles per hour. Just not well enough to keep up with Brian Gralick on the left-hand side. The farmer plows ahead to a 954 at 140.87 miles per hour. This is Tim Tomochik, left-hand side from Manchester, Michigan. 56-year-old auto tech teacher. Tomochik Competition Engines, the sponsor of that beautiful blue 42 Willys of Tim Tomochik. Paired up with number 97 on the right-hand side, that is Brandon Beach, the 58 Chevy that he calls Daddy's thing. Well, Brandon Beach gets the jump off the starting line. Can he get the win? Yes, he will. 10:04. 32 miles per hour for Brandon Beach. And 10:19 at 1:35 at the left-hand side for Tim Tomojic. You know what? I can't wait to see this attack entry. Number 4 on the left-hand side under the lights later on tonight, because even in the broad daylight like we are right now at 5:40 in the afternoon, I could see flames billowing from the exhaust of the Austin in the left-hand side. Entry number 4. He is paired up with Ted Beach in the right-hand side, the 37 Chevy Coupe from Aurora, Illinois. Rob Lymanstole, left-hand side from Jackson, Michigan. 48 Austin. He did not go to the Arnie the Farmer Beswick School of backing up. Arnie backs up almost as fast as he burns out forward, and not the case, which we like this. We like a nice mellow backup because, well, for 2 reasons. Our starting line crew feels safer, and you guys get more time to take a nice photo of the car right in front of the grandstand. So the attack Austin of Rob Lymanstole, that has afforded Ted Beach opportunity for a second burnout. As long as it took for Lymanstole to back up, Ted Beach said, my tires have cooled off. I'm going to clean them off one more time. 137 stars on the Uncle Sam Ted's Performance Shop. 37 Chevy Coupe in the right-hand side. Get ready for this one. Well, they've got the Austin hooked up and running. This may well be a top speed of the day today. Not quite, but still a great run. 8:56 at 137 miles per hour for Rob Lymanstole in the left-hand lane. 9:35 at 139 in the right-hand lane for Ted Beach. What a run. Brian Blasey of Lake Zurich, Illinois, a 1940 Chevy Coupe. This is an original gasser, first raced by Gary Blasey, the owner of this car, back in 1960, so this car is authentic. True to the form of what it was originally built as, with some modifications along the way. Brian Blasey, the left-hand side, paired up with Greg Grubel, right lane from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania. Class 3 Union, that's what it says on the car on the right-hand side, a 51 Chevy two-door sedan. Brian Blasey had a lot of steering wheel in this car in the first 100 feet. You can see the marks out here. He drove it outside the groove. What a run. 9:22, 136 miles per hour for Brian Blasey on the left-hand side. I'm going to venture to say that car did not run in the 920s back in 1960 when his dad originally built it. But hey, awesome car. 9:28 in the right-hand side, 141 miles per hour for Rubel in the right lane. Incredible. Hey, cool. A couple of truck bed vehicles coming up. We've got Johnny Bucket, car number 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock somewhere. Not here anymore. It is 5:45 in the afternoon. Shadows getting longer. That means we're getting closer to some night racing here this evening. From New Berlin, Wisconsin comes Johnny Bucket, the 61 Ford Econoline. The side of it reads Holland with a picture of a donkey. I feel like it's missing a word or something there, Steve. Holland, okay. Well, you know what? I almost got I got to watch it here, Charlie. The Glory Days Ford F-100 pickup truck on the right-hand side. That is Bruce Kosman from beautiful downtown Marengo, Illinois. Another farmer with the Ford F-100. Wood Creek Farms, LLC is his farm. 428 cubic inches under the hood. Bruce Kosman, right-hand side, and Johnny Bucket in the left lane. And through the quarter mile, looks like Johnny Bucket's going to get there first. He will. 12:68, 102 miles per hour. 13:15.78 the speed for Bruce Kosman on the right-hand side with the Ford F-100 that he calls Glory Days. And that'll bring up the Novocaine Chevy Nova from Syracuse, Indiana. That is Stephen Yoder. 66 Chevy 2. Built it himself. He is also his own sponsor, as are many. Ryan Hanlon on the right-hand side, the Route 3 Films sponsored Irish Thunder. 66 Chevrolet Nova wagon in the right-hand lane. From St. Louis, Missouri, is Ryan Hanlon on the right-hand side. The Nova left-hand lane, Stephen Yoder. Little sachet out of the car. He'll get it straightened out. 10:23, 122 miles per hour for Steve Yoder, a Hoosier from Syracuse, Indiana. 10:54 at 126 for the driver from St. Louis, Missouri. Ben Bacon coming up, the Tub and Squirt Ford Anglia, left-hand lane from Kingston, Illinois. 52 model Ford Anglia. Ben Bacon, hard launch off the starting line and at the finish line. He's going to go a 10:49, scoring the win over the Russo and Santos entry. A 10:60 with a 5, 124 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Great run for Ben Bacon at the left-hand side. This is Mr. 56 himself, Eddie Hawkins of Aurora, Illinois. That is a 56 Chevy 210 Del Rey, 454 big block. And he is actually, Mr. 56, as a matter of fact, has owned this car for 56 years now. It's actually a gift to him from his mother when he started at a new job 56 years ago. So a car with a lot of meaning, and it is a time capsule, and it has actually been well documented in the pages of Gasser Wars magazine. So Eddie Hawkins, through the quarter mile on a solo run, lights the scoreboard. 12:82, 101 miles per hour for Eddie Hawkins. Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock. We are ready for you. Lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock. We are looking for you. Staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock. Lane 7 and 8, please. So this is just a practice run for some of the AA gas shootout cars. Their qualifying will continue again later on tonight. Under the lights, Brian Spots from Polk, Ohio, in a 51 Ford Anglia. He's on the left-hand side. It's Crazy. That's the name of his car. Paired up with Jeremy Bonnet on the right-hand side from Mentor, Ohio, car owner Don Moyer. From Gasser Madness Magazine, a 33 Willys AA gasser on the right-hand side, originally built in 1968. From Cleveland, Ohio, in the Hart Automotive Shop, and the car still resembles that to this day. Hart Automotive still on the side of it. Jeremy Bonnet, the driver. Don Moyer, the car owner. Left-hand side, we have Brian Spots. Works in highway maintenance. His best 8th mile time was a 496, 140 miles per hour in the 8th. What can he do here? Brian Spots has got his hands full through the 8th mile, 5:06, 137 miles per hour. What a run. You can see his crew pulling their hair out, begging him to lift, really pulling up the tension amongst the crew. But nevertheless, Brian Spots gets it down the track. No matter which way that car was pointed, he made it through the finish line A-OK. Chuck Lipka doing a practice run now from Eureka, Missouri, the Show Me State. Chuck Lipka, show me what you can do here with your 41 Willys. Oldsmobile power plant under the hood. Sponsored by Haggerty Motorsports Insurance. Well, a solid burnout from Chuck Lipka. Good start to the run. And a 5:06 elapsed time just a moment ago for Brian Spots, which will be without a doubt the low ET of AA gassers. This one does not count towards qualifying. This is just a practice run for the number of drivers that were looking for an extra hit before the night qualifying session later on today for the AA gas shootout cars. A final call for Nostalgia Superstock. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock. Stagey lanes 7 and 8, please. Chuck Lipka starts to put the power down. And through the quarter mile, Lipka's going to run, eighth mile. He'll go 6:43, 111 miles per hour for Chuck Lipka on that practice run, 6:43 at 1:11. Meltdown drags to lane number 10, please. Meltdown Drags Association. We're looking for the MDA. The MDA, Meltdown Drags Association, to lane number 10, please. These are the Nostalgia Superstocks. Howard Kroll on the right-hand side from Fielden, Illinois, driving the Ferris Motors Savannah, Illinois sponsored entry. 65 Plymouth Belvedere with a 426 backs wedge on the right-hand side. Paired up on the left-hand side with Gene Devanine of Kane, Illinois. A 413 max wedge left lane for the 1962 Dodge Dart 330. Gene Devanine gets the jump off the starting line, but can the Dodge Dart stay out in front of the Plymouth Belvedere? Yes, he will on a whole shot win. Gene Devanine gets the win over Howard Kroll. Kroll was a 10.72, 124 miles per hour, a 10.85 at 123 in the left-hand lane. And Devanine with a starting line advantage gets the whole shot win over Howard Kroll. Dennis Shearer from Roscoe, Illinois, 63.5 Ford Galaxy. In the left-hand lane, paired up with Mitch Manino. Out of Crown Point, Indiana, the Ford Fairlane 500. Thunderbolt in the right-hand side. One beautiful entry of Mitch Manino, and it's as fast as it is good-looking. 10:57 at 1:28 for Mitch Manino, right-hand side. And the Ford Fairlane 500, Thunderbolt. Dennis Scherber goes a 10.96 at 1:23 in the left-hand lane. Once again, Meltdown Drags Association, MDA to lane at number 10, please. MDA to staging lane number 10. Looking for the Meltdown Drags Association, MDA to lane at number 10, please. Brew City Gassers, we will take you to lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers, staging lanes 11 and 12, please. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12, please.
Up next, left-hand lane, that's Doug Henderson out of Columbia, Missouri. Mopar up against John Russet, also from Missouri, same town, Columbia. John Russet there first, 10 flat at 131. Doug Henderson, 10-17 at 131. Next up, the Impala of Dan Kunster. It's a full tilt Mopar. Says he's hemified. Meltdown to lane 10, Brew City to 11 and 12. Once again, Meltdown to lane 10, Brew City to lanes 11 and 12. Full tilt Mopar away first. 426 Dodge Coronet goes through the lights at 9:03, 139. Left lane at 978 at 139.
All right, don't forget the 50-50 drawing still going on down by the base of the tower. ALS, a great benefit, 50-50 drawing going on right down by the base of the tower. Here's the one of the event sponsors coming up now. Jimmy Casales with the Night Prowler. Charlie, what year is that?
1940.
1940, you're sure? Or you can't guess, Charlie. You got to know the facts. You got to be spot on. I'm calling it like a 41's my thought, but I might be wrong. I wasn't even born yet. Wasn't even thought of. Parents weren't together. And you know, ever been an oops child? I was the oops child. The accent. What is it? 41. You're spot on. Well, you got me by a couple years on that. The Night Prowler. His father was a great racer here, Jimmy Casales. The whole family is great. Don't forget, we still got a trunk key. If you lost your trunk key, you know, it's the round one. It fits in your trunk. If you're old school, you know what a trunk key is. We have a trunk key that was found on the track right about the 330-foot mark in the left lane. All right, the 1941 is off. Casales Mobile Truck Repair. So, Jimmy, if you ever break down, that's who you call. Casales Mobile Truck Repair. If you ever break down, that's who you call. All right? All right, lanes are now being called for the Meltdown cars. Meltdown cars, lane 10, lane 11 and 12 for Brew City Gassers. And we're going to have a night show for you as well. So there will be cars running under the lights. We've had a flawless day so far. Knock on wood. Give me that piece of wood real quick. There you go. And so we have ran a lot of entries. So last year we had cleanups after cleanup after cleanup. It's like, oh my gosh, is it ever going to stop? And then just the absolute opposite today. We've had a couple of rear end breaks on the line. Otherwise, everything has gone smoothly. And don't forget, the souvenir stand is still open. Souvenir shirts. Glory Days shirts are available, and the diner is open. If you're hungry, grab yourself a snack, something good to eat, ice cream or whatever. Where's that ice cream that was melting up here? I'm going to have to nibble on that a little bit. Randy wouldn't eat it because he had a cheeseburger, so I've got room for some melted ice cream, I think. No, it's right there. I could put it in the freezer, but I'm going to taste it first. Special thanks to the track crew doing a great job. They did all the painting this week, sealing and cleaning and mowing and cutting, and head of maintenance supervision Brett Michaels right here in Byron, Illinois, who keeps the place looking absolutely spectacular. You don't find a weed out of place. If he does, he's upset. The mowing gets done, and he was loved. He was one that liked seeing a little bit of rain because it turned everything green again, because it was like Arizona brown for a while there, and we ended up with 2 inches of rain in the last couple days, so we got our share of some precipitation and some catch up. What is that sign for? A drinking sign?
I recognize that sign anywhere.
That was a beer tip sign, not a water tip sign. All right. So we're calling Meltdown drivers. This is your session to the lanes. And Brew City Gassers, Meltdown lane 10, Brew City Gassers, lane 11 and 12. I don't think the Meltdown guys have started their dinner yet. They said they got a cookout tonight, so I don't think they've started that yet. So I think they're still gonna make another pass or two, and they're definitely gonna be running under the lights. So it'll be a great show a neat show under the lights. And tomorrow will be also a full day of activity here, Meltdown Drags. And don't forget the backup girls and pinup girls tomorrow contest before the night show. Ladies, wear your best. If you're a backup, I think, Mark, can a guy be a backup in the backup contest? Oh, you don't want to? You want to visit that area? All right. Well, I'm just saying. But backup and pinup girls tomorrow before the night show. Jimmy Casales Mobile Truck Repair. $200 going to the first place, 102nd, and 50 for third. So we're filling the lanes right now, and if you get a chance, you can go out and fill your belly while you're at it. Grab yourself something to eat or something to drink. Now that old Malibu that busted his yoke, I wonder if he's going to get it fixed on time for tomorrow's show. Hey, and don't forget, get your souvenirs. The stand will close in 51 minutes. 7 o'clock, the stand closes. The ALS drawing is at 6:30. So you got 20 minutes left to get a ticket right down by the base of the tower for the 50-50 drawing. ALS director, Dave, what is your number at now? You have any idea? The winner gets what? How? I can't count that high. It was at 3 fingers. 1, 2, 3. So you're at $300 minimum right now. You're confident $300 goes to the winner. And thank you guys for donating your time, your effort, your energy to raise money for ALS. That's what's cool. These guys aren't taking a paycheck. They got off work. They do their jobs. They work all day. They come out to do a fundraiser for a good cause. And that is what life is about, is caring for others and enjoying your life. Thank you so much. Before the night show, yes.
51 Chevy. Neil Brown from Ringwoki, Illinois. Small black Chevy in there. 40 Willys, Dean Trowbridge from New Auburn, Wisconsin. 51 Chevy's going to get there first. Runs 11:12 at 120. Willys 16:20 at 67. Next up, the B-gasser of the Cervinos, the Thing. Up against the 56 Chevy. '56 Chevy Bel Air. Eric Essie out of Madison, Wisconsin. He's hiding 598 cubic inches under the hood. Tim Cervino, way first in the Thing. 56 Chevy pulling away from him now, though. 10:44 at 124. Thing grows 11:20, 117. Playing follow the leader down there. Johnny Bucket, D-Gas 61 Ford Economy. Mickey Knight Racing. Henry J., that's Kevin Smith from Hillsboro, Wisconsin. He has problems coming off the line. Line goes on through at 12:62 at 101. Well, looks like our expert starting line crew did a quick tune-up here for him. I'm going to try it again. That's Nathan Stowell. Racing with the Brew City Gassers. 383 small block in there. Cruises on through there at 11:61 at 111. 64 Chevy Nova, left-hand lane. That's the car entry of the name of Tough 2 from Tonic, Illinois. That's Tom Ailman. '31 Chevy Coupe, 348. We all remember the 348s. Out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, that's Dave Herring, the retired deputy sheriff. Nova gets their first, 10:07 at 131. 31 Chevy at 10:78 at 121. Another small block Nova, that's a 64, driven by Art Beeler from South Beloit. Now the Brothers Auto Body and Repair. Up against the all hacked up Malibu. Our Beeler gets there first, 10:23 at 131. He left by the red light though. The other car ran a 10:10 at 131. Next up, the A-Gas Bone Shaker. Nice burnouts. Bone Shaker. Tom Zampetta from Meona, Illinois. 540 cubic inch big block Chevy. Blown. Up against the Poison Ivy 55 Chevy of Nick Sherbino. 427 for engine power. Bone Shaker away by himself. Takes it through the traps. 10:48 at 135. Poison Ivy with just barely got off the line and the car stopped. Poison Ivy's still running, but we're going to have to push it off the line here. Not able to go forward for some reason. Maybe a trans problem. Got 30 minutes to purchase the event shirts. 30 minutes. This merchandise will be closing in 30 minutes. Ronnie Green, 48 Crosley wagon, small block. 55 Chevy. Out of Kenosha, Tom Herring. 454 big block. He's ripping it down through there. Crosley's doing pretty good. Good race. Crosley there first, 978 at 130. 55 goes 1002 at 134.
All right, one of them got a little leaker there. We're leaking something. Tommy, what are we leaking down there? You know what it is? Tommy? The one that just ran? All right, I think we just about got that cleaned up. After we clear out these lanes here, we're close to our end of our session. Before you start rolling in, we're going to give our employees a quick break. We've got a license run coming from Phil with Gasser Wars. We're going to get into our quick break for our staff. We're going to go into the night sessions. The night sessions is what we're going to go into. So stock and motorcycles and hot rod and all you guys just hang loose. We're going to give our employees a little break. We also have to spend some time turning on 20-plus light towers on the property. And so we got to get all our lights juiced up and on. So that way when we are going into the night session, we are lit up and ready to go. So the night session will follow the break, the pre-prep work and all that, and I think Phil will be, the Gasser Wars should be up there shortly, and he will be our last one out before the break, and then we're beginning with the night show. And you got 3 minutes for the ALS drawing. 3 minutes. What's the amount up to now? Whoa, check out the burnouts. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Whoa. The 55 Chevy about put it up on a couple of wheels there. All right, ALS drawing, where are you at? What is the dollar amount? Tick, tock, tick, tock. 1 finger is all I got. Oh, it means hold on. 5 fingers now. What are you, waving? The pressure's on. You need more than one person counting. You got an accounting firm of Ernst Young down there working on it. It's going to take a little while. They're going to make sure the audit's done properly and questioned and called in, and kind of like they do the lottery that way. You ought to have Danette do it. She's used to counting cash. You got a machine operator counting cash. That's the wrong thing. All right, here we go. This is wild. This is the Joker. That's one of my favorite shows. You ever watch The Joker? Greg Steele. And Steele in Time, who did that massive burnout and put her sideways just about out there. Couple A-gas rides. Got the backup girl all dressed up. Should be one of the contestants tomorrow. Bruce City gas. Oh, and the wheels up on the 55 Chevy. He's in the inside. Get it out of the. He's out of the groove. He's still out of the groove. Bring her back. Oh, hang on. He was driving the center of the track. You could see the orange cubes. They were leaning. They didn't want to get hit. He about cleaned out the clocks all the way down. I'm sure if you could do me a favor, leave stall number 1 open. That guy's going to need it when he comes back. That 55 Chevy. Who was the guy? What was his name? Was that Skip? Skip from Fox Lake? Skip from Fox Lake is going to have well, he may have had an accident. It's possible. It scared me, and I'm going to have to run to the restroom next. These guys are a little bit crazy. All right, Gasser Wars Phil is moving his way to the lanes for a license run launch. All right, Blacktop Bully is coming up now. And a 1940 Chevrolet Special Deluxe. I wonder if that thing ever holds some moonshine back in the days. Rich Mayer of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. He's 57 years of age. He is a CNC machinist. And that very nice handwriting with the Bruce City Gassers. Then in the nearby tower lane is Vince Haywood. Vince Haywood, almost like Hollywood Vince, but from Antioch, Illinois. And he is a Waters Utilities operator. So these are everyday, hard-working guys coming out to entertain for you. He's driving a 1962 Chevrolet 2 with a small block Chevrolet, having a great time, he said, in Vinny's Drag Racing, loving the playground of power and glory days. Sponsored by Jackson it's Brinley's Bullet. This is a great race. The Nova driver just slightly behind. Gets smoked. 11:46 to 11:48. That was a great race. All right, we're at $388 for the 50-50 drawing. You got about 2 minutes to get tickets. $388 drawing for the 50-50. You got about 2 minutes down by the bottom of the tower. Winner will get nearly almost $400. As a matter of fact, I will guarantee $400 to the winner of the ALS drawing. $400 guaranteed no matter what. We're going to pitch in whatever it takes. $400 guaranteed for the winner of the ALS drawing. So get your tickets now. Oh, I love these cars. I love these 1955 and 57 Chevrolet. From Tonica, Illinois. I know that town real well. Ace Auto Salvage was one of my hangouts. Chad Stewart of Tonica. 49 years of age. 1957 small block Chevrolet, sponsored by U.S. Speed Center. What is the Mortuary Motor Club? Is that a bunch of guys that have passed away or something? I mean, I don't know what he's talking about there. Undertaker's going in the race in Putnam County Painting. It's an Undertaker's Motor Club. Maybe he's with the funeral home down there or something. Mark Davis of Trevor, Wisconsin in the tower lane. And Mark is a heavy machine operator. So if he can't wheel this 55 Chevrolet down, and he's grabbing the gears, he's running down the 57. And he does it. 10:50. We had a red light in the tower lane anyway, but he still ran him down on the red light. 12:31 for the Tonica, Illinois, Chad Stewart, the driver. All right, Phil's putting his gear on. I think he's just doing a license pass, an easy license pass launch. Oh, somebody jumped the light there. A flag man would have pointed it at him hard and said, "You're out of here." That was Danny in the tower lane. So we don't have a winner on that one at all. What year is that Vet? Is that a 58? Or 59, 61, 62. Those were all pretty similar. Wasn't 57 the single headlight? Well, I think it's a 60 something, 62. Whoa, hang on with that Vet. Jeffrey Jacobson of Beloit, Wisconsin. He's an auto body shop owner. 1955 Ford Fairlane, and it is not a Fairlane, it's a scare lane. And the Vet is confirmed. 1962, John Reidenbach of Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's a 60. He's 60, and the car is a 62. Running a big block Chevrolet. Brew City Gassers. What a neat group. Oh, the wheel's up on the Vet. The scare lane is all over. The door's open. The door's open as he's going down the quarter mile. Hang on. The scare lane's out in front. Oh, and he gets beat. Check it out, though. 896. The Corvette driver actually lost the race because he red lit. The flag man would have got him. The door's hanging open. He's trying to close the door as he's flying down a quarter mile. What a ride! All right, Whitey Hirsch coming up now. Whitey Hirsch coming up now. Oh, the scare lane driver, we got a part that came off your car if you can come back. Young lady, are you going to be in the backup pinup girl contest tomorrow? You, yeah, I'm pointing at you. Yes, you. You got the dress on, you got the look. You would fit the 50s and 60s. So you can sign, it doesn't cost anything to sign up, it says show up. Sponsored by Jimmy Casales, Casales Mobile Truck Repair. That was Whitey Hirsch, went through it. 962. He's a crane operator. The big giant cranes you see running all around. And yeah, big giant. Uh-oh, we got parts off the car in the left lane. All right, this is a neat. This is coming up in the far lane over there, Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, 48 Ford V8. He drove this car in the gate, just like the way it looks, the way he's got his helmet on and everything. He rolled in the gate that way. I go, where did this thing come from? That is cool. I wish I'd have got a video of him coming off the highway. It is a flathead V8, all period correct, street-driven regularly. He was a retired auto instructor, aero engineer, 77 years young. And in the tower lane, in the 67 Dodge Coronet, is a concrete cutter, Jeff Roppel. And I did concrete cutting once. That is a nasty job. That is one hard work to do. All right, Phil's about ready. Does the bike want to run now or wait till after the break? After? Okay. All right, Robert Capel of Algonquin, Illinois, a machine shop owner. In a 1953 Chevrolet Bel Air, bright yellow. He's with the Who Are Those Guys drag racing club. And Richard Foster of Cary, Illinois, a concrete contractor, 67 Chevrolet Nova. Uh-oh, and what is it? Oh, it might be smoking. We might have to check that out. That does not look good. All right. Philip Morris from, I'm going to guess this, Snohomish, Washington. That is like a 40-hour drive. He is a publisher and head of Gasser Wars magazine, a 32 Bantam blown Hemi altered for his license runs. Is what he's making, going for a license run. All right, they're putting the finishing touches on the car right now before he runs. All right, well, I plugged the ALS drawing, and they got a bunch of people lined up. They're trying to do the finishing now. They had a crowd there. Last-minute buyers didn't want to let $400 get away, and it may have exceeded that now. All right, souvenir stand, last call for souvenirs. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. They went and visited the suite. Last call for souvenirs are closing in a few minutes. The souvenir stand will be closing in a few minutes. Gasser Wars Magazine owner-operator Phil Morris from Washington, the state of Washington, Northwest. 32 Bantam altered 392 cubic inch Hemi. All right. Phil Morris, 32 Bantam Altered, 392 Hemi. Well, it's running a little bit on the rough side. He takes it easy, makes sure his laundry works, going for his license run, did exactly what he's supposed to do. And I'm not sure what it's capable of running, but I'm sure it's capable of hitting 200 miles an hour. So, going for his license runs. Phil Morris. Okay, we're waiting for the ALS amount drawing. They're going to do that right now. And drawing your tickets. We're going to come up here, and Dave's going to give us a dollar amount. We're going to do the drawing here in just a matter of moments. And right now we're on a quick employee break. These employees have worked all day long. They worked out through the week and everything else. So we're on a quick employee break. So hang out, grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Head on over to the car show area, the swap meet areas. Check out some of the race cars. We're on a quick break. We'll come back. We're running the night show. We'll be running under the lights tonight, and it's cool to watch racing under the lights. So we're on a quick pause for the cause for our staff. All right. 50-50 drawing is how much?
$500 to the winner.
$500 to the winner. Well, that's a pretty nice paycheck. Wish I made $500 a day. You're gonna make me pick it?
Yes.
Did you buy tickets?
I did not.
Then you're the guy, because my wife bought some tickets,
Okay.
and I don't want to be responsible for picking my own. And that's not what I want to do. All right, mix them up good, Terry Simpson.
We put them in a bucket.
All right, 50-50 drawing. Make sure you have your blue ticket out. Oh, just kidding. Nah, I got you on that one. Everybody said, what blue ticket? I know, I bought a red one. All right. Get your red ticket out. Had them all going on that. Everybody's throwing their tickets on the ground. Their buddies are picking them up. All right. Ticket number starts with a 4. So if you start with a 4, you're still in the drawing. Then it goes to a 6. Bill, I see you looking. Are you still in the drawing? Maybe. It's 4, 6 are the first 2 digits. Then we go to another 4. So now we got 4, 6, 4. You guys still in the drawing up there? Jimmy, are you still in? Okay. The next number is another 4. Oh, no, I got a sad look there. So now we're at 4, 6, 4, 4 with 2 numbers left to go. 4, 6, 4, 4. Da, 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 da. The next number. We're at 4, 6, 4, 4. The next digit, take a guess. 4. Another 4. 46, 4, 4, 4. Not yet. No, 46, 4, 4, 4. There's 1 digit left. 1 number left. And it's number 1. 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 1. And if I see somebody jumping up and down, wait. We're looking for a winner. No phonies. We will escort the phony winners out the gate with the Sheriff's Department. You must present the matching ticket to the tower. 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 1. Four, 6, 4, 4, 4, 1. If you have that ticket, bring it to the tower. 4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 1. Do we have a winner yet? You have 10 seconds to get to the tower. 9. Don't hit anybody. Slow down. I'm just kidding. No, I wasn't kidding. 8. 7. You got to meet the steps. 6. Don't drive that golf cart up here. 5. 4. That was a popular number. 3. She's got 2 seconds to get to the tower.
Oh, she's here?
2. 1. Okay, now we got to verify. Well, who do you work for? Do you work for an accounting firm?
No.
Do you work for a ticket company? You didn't make these tickets up in the trailer real quick and
No.
4, 6, 4, 4, 4, 1. Okay, we need the judges to verify. Do those numbers match? Is that the right ticket? She doesn't look suspicious at any nature whatsoever. And what is your name?
Tammy Williams,
Tammy Williams. Where are you from?
Sterling, Illinois.
Well, thank you for coming. What are you a football fan?
Absolutely.
For the what is Sterling's team called?
Sterling Warriors.
Or isn't there a Rockets down there or something like that? Is that the opponent?
Rock Falls.
Rock Falls Rockets. I remember that. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
And here's your money.
And you have hauled off $500 in cash. Thanks to the guys, and thanks for everybody with the ALS, raising the money for ALS. If you understand ALS, which I do, is a very awful disease. And
She's give us money back also.
what?
She's also give us $100.
And she gave some money back. Thank you. You're a peach. You're a sweetheart. You get a hug for that.
Thank you.
That's what we love about the Byron family. Thank you so much. Congratulations. That is really cool.
Thank you, BJ.
You're welcome. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for all your effort, your help, and everything else for the ALS Association fighting the Lou Gehrig's disease, the Greater Chicago chapter of Lou Gehrig's disease. And if you know anybody that has had ALS or something, you understand it very well, and it is sad. And but thanks so much for all their efforts and what they did. Thanks for all those that helped donate. Right now, we're on a quick pause for the cause. We're coming back with the night show. We're going to kick off the night show with stock, motorcycles, hot rod, E-gas, D-gas, C-gas, B-gas, and A-gas. Super stock, AFX, dragsters and alters, nostalgia gassers, Great Lakes gassers, nostalgia super stocks, AA gassers, meltdown and Bruce City gassers. All those are coming at you for the night show. All right, we got a diaper clip. If you lost your diaper bracket clip for your diaper, we have it in the tower, bolts to the header. It's a header bolt diaper clip, and very nice, well-made aluminum one. So if you lost your diaper, check your diaper. Now, these are the diapers that go under the oil pan. So just think that right. That's the diaper under the oil pan. So if you lost your diaper, we have that here in the tower. Also, back up at Pinup Girls tomorrow. Before the night show, wear your best, ladies. Casales Mobile Truck Repair is sponsoring. $200 right now, $200 going to the winner, $100 for second, $50 for third. And right now we're on a quick employee break, and that's exactly what I'm going to do, grab myself a little something for the belly.
Hey, we have had a cell phone turned into the tower. A cell phone has been turned into the tower. If you're walking about and nobody has called you recently, well, it's not because you're not popular. It's because your phone is not in your pocket. Stop upstairs. Everybody take a moment. Check your pocket. This one's got kind of a patriotic case on the back of it, if that narrows things down for you. Really targeting the first responders with the graphics on this one. Very cool looking phone. Stop upstairs if you have lost your phone and can identify the phone, as we have had a phone turned into the tower, lost and found. Well, the intermission is just about over. We'll be getting ready for the night session to begin for night number 1 of Glory Days, vintage drag racing, car show, and swap meet action out here. 3 days of fun, 66 and older, primarily for Friday and Saturday. Then Sunday, wow, we got a treat on Sunday. Things are going to open up a little bit for Muscle Car Sunday. Got some Nostalgia Pro Stocks coming into the house. That's going to be a pretty neat addition to Glory Days with Muscle Car Sunday coming up this Sunday. The souvenir stand is closed for the night, but if you're coming back, make sure you get your souvenirs tomorrow bright and early because they do move fast. I know that things have been selling already today, so make sure that you do get your souvenirs early tomorrow morning when the souvenir stand does reopen. Special thank you to all of the clubs and groups that are racing with us this weekend. All the classes in competition today, they include the stock class cars and motorcycles, hot rods. No, we're going to put the call out now for stock class cars and motorcycles. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1, please. If you would please report to lane number 1. We're getting ready to start the night show here momentarily. So stock class cars and motorcycles, we will take you now to staging lane number 1. Hot rod class cars will follow in lane 2. Stand by in your pit area. Hot rod class cars, we will be calling you soon. Lots of gassers in competition this weekend. We've got A gas, B gas, C gas, D, and E. Very happy to have the Nostalgia Gassers Association and the Great Lakes Gassers in competition this weekend. Also a welcome to Gasser Madness Magazine with the Double A Gas Shootout going on today. They'll have a qualifying session tonight under the lights. Special welcome to the Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Club. We've got the Meltdown Drags Association and the Brew City Gassers. And also the Who Are Those Guys car club out here this weekend, too. Perhaps my favorite name of all the clubs. Well, it could be said in a number of ways, like, who are those guys? Or, who are those guys? You know, it all depends on...
They're not from around here, are they?
No. Well, they are. They are from around here. They're our type. We've got factory experimentals. We've got front engine dragsters. We've got altereds, all kinds of stuff yet to run here this evening. So we're going to put the call out once more for stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. And with that, the first light plant has been lit right at the water box area. Right on time, 7:30, that's the scheduled time, and they are lighting the light towers as we are getting ready for the night show. Track owner B.J. Vangsness doing some starting line maintenance, doing a little drag of the starting line, making sure things are in tip-top shape. As the sun goes down, the stars come out, and the performance climbs for these cars, so they need every bit of racetrack to help them apply the traction they need to get these cars down to the 1320. All quarter-mile racing this weekend with exception for the Gasser Madness AA Gas Showdown going on. That is an 8th mile contest only, and for good reason. Holy cow, Brian Spots, what was that, on a 5:06 elapsed time earlier today? In the 8th mile, what a run for Brian Spots. And as hairy as that ride was, we are grateful that it was only an 8th mile category, because those short wheelbase, high center of gravity, Anglias, and round body cars, they get crossed up in a hurry, especially at the high rate of speed that they are running. Hey, once again, we've had a cell phone turned into the tower. A cell phone has been turned into the tower. No takers yet. Nor has the phone rang since it's been up here, so maybe they don't miss it. Maybe this person left it intentionally. Perhaps they're going off the grid. Maybe they're taking the whole 1966 and earlier theme a bit too far this weekend. One can only imagine. So again, we have a phone that has been turned into the tower. Make sure you swing on upstairs if you are missing your phone. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Well, a wide variety of hot rods here this weekend from all over the country, some local, some far away. Let's take a look at some of the racers we've got coming up here tonight. We've got Graham Chance in the house from Kingsville, Missouri. 1923 Ford Altered. He is racing in competition this weekend. An Altered originally built in the 1960s. It is period correct. A welcome to Steve and Jack Liberto from Kansasville, Wisconsin, with the Green Hornet 27 Ford Coupe. You'll see that later on tonight. Bob Durling is in the house from Mooresville, Indiana. A nostalgia super stock entry for the automotive teacher from Mooresville, Indiana. I believe that's in Hendricks County, just southwest of Indianapolis. Welcome to Bob Durling and the 63 Plymouth Fury. Randy Wegner, he's in the house, one of the loudest cars we have in competition, a 1931 Ford Roadster. Blown supercharged entry from Plymouth, Wisconsin. Welcome to Randy Wegner. One of the more unique front engine dragsters we've got racing this weekend, Tom Kowal Jr. Special welcome to Tom Kowal Jr. from Garden City, Michigan. An absolutely radical 1962 Dragmaster Dart front engine dragster. Can't wait to see that one under the lights tonight. Billy Dusenberry. Special welcome to Billy Dusenberry with the 55 Chevy out of Burlington, Iowa. He, as well as a number of other drivers, he is a former sprint car driver. We've had a lot of racers here this weekend that used to be oval track, roundy round racers, and they have since quit going around in circles looking for the finish line. Instead, they will drive directly to it. Special welcome to Billy Dusenberry from Burlington, Iowa. From Owasso, Michigan, comes Jamison Griffin. Gosh, he was probably one of the first dozen cars here yesterday afternoon. And a 32 Bantam Altered, 302 cubic inch small block Chevy, 302 for Jamison Griffin. Hey, a special welcome to Chuck Lipka from Eureka, Missouri. A 41 Willys. He is sponsored by Haggerty Motorsports Insurance. I believe Davin Rickcow in competition this weekend. The parts chaser from Michigan. He, too, carries sponsorship from Haggerty Motorsports Insurance. Great to see them so involved in the sport. Hey, from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois, comes Clinton Champlain. Welcome, Clinton, with your 66 front engine dragster. Boy, that one's kind of a hairy ride. Always good to see when the shoots pop on that one. Special welcome to Jim Casales, sponsor of this prestigious event. From Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, he has got his 1941 Willys Coupe out here this weekend. Debuted it, had the maiden voyage right here on this weekend 1 year ago. And Jimmy is back for more fun this year. And if you and your business rely on your trucks being on the road, you can rely on Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. You know he stands behind the work because he puts his name on the business. He is here today, located right behind the grandstand, right next to the Dragway Diner on the tower side of the racetrack. Make sure you swing on down. Extend a thank you to Jim Casales of Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, racing this weekend and proud sponsor of Glory Days. Well, I mentioned him once before. We'll mention him again. Davin Rickcow in the house from Kingsley, Michigan, chassis builder and host of the YouTube channel, the YouTube star, Davin Rickcow from Red Line Rebuilds. A distinguished chassis builder as well. Great to have Davin Rickcow in the house. Can't wait to see the 2013 Chassis Farm front engine dragster tear up the strip tonight. Another front engine entry, Buddy Webb from Imperial, Missouri, coming up later on tonight. I believe he's made one run down the track so far this weekend. Be excited to see what run number 2 has in store for the driver from Imperial, Missouri, Buddy Webb. Dan Keenster of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Dan's father, Charlie, I believe it is. I believe he was here actually on opening day at Byron Dragway, and he has been here ever since. And that's dating all the way back to 1964, so a neat piece of family history there for the Kingsters, racing their 67 Chevrolet Impala Super Sport this weekend. And it looks like he's back there in the lanes right now in lane number 1, but a special welcome, and I think he's got an entourage. That is Al Belize of Rockford, Illinois, has a 1962 Harley-Davidson Sportster in competition this weekend. You know what? Once that bike gets past the Christmas tree, I breathe pretty easy. But it's all the way up until that bike gets past the Christmas tree. You're not quite sure what direction it's going to go. It went straight up last time. And as long as it comes down straight and keeps going straight, we're happy campers in the tower. But, boy, that thing's had a couple of... I thought Christmas was coming early for you earlier, Al. You had that bike pointed right at the Christmas tree. And those carry about a $4,000 price tag once you hit the tree, not to mention, well, your head is pretty valuable too, Al. We don't want you to do any damage as well. So special welcome to Al Belize, the owner of Rockford Liquidation. I believe he's got a little bit of a company outing going on later on this weekend as well. So welcome to Al Belize. Probably has the biggest cheering section of anyone. All track personnel to your stations, please. All track personnel to your stations, please. We need all track personnel to your duty stations, please. All track personnel to your stations, please. A special thank you to all the photographers capturing all the action of Glory Days. Not just Glory Days, but week in and week out. We get a lot of extra photographers on these weekends, but a special thank you to the likes of James Horvat, to W.R. Swanson Photography, Bill Swanson, thank you, week in and week out. Terry McGraw out here as well this weekend. Terry is here week in and week out, so a special thank you to the regular photographers and videographers at Byron Dragway. Special welcome to a number of other photographers out here covering the action, from Gasser Wars Magazine to Gasser Madness Magazine. I believe we've got Mr. Fabulous shooting photos this weekend, I understand. I know we've got Chris Simmons out here doing official event photos that can be picked up here later on this weekend. They're shooting all the action. Special welcome to John, another great videographer covering all the action. John, thank you. We love the short videos you pop out there all the time. So a lot of great content from the men and women outside the walls of the track. All track personnel to your stations, please. All track personnel to your stations, please. Hey, here's one coming to the lanes right now. One of my favorites from Box Elder, South Dakota, Ron Plender. And boy, when that one comes up here, that is one worth videoing. Not only because it's fast and it looks good and it just is a good video, But the way that thing sounds, it is a distinct inline six-cylinder, a record holder as well. Once that one gets up here, we'll give you some more information on Ron Plender, one of the inline record holders in the world. So can't wait to see that one run again here later on, here in the evening. A final call for track personnel. We will run without you. We will run without you. Don't know how it's going to go without our track personnel, but I guess our clock operator, Sedona, and Jeff Spearling will handle it from here. We're going to begin docking them pay, Sedona. And for the ones that are volunteers, they'll start paying us. All right, we will take the motorcycles to the starting line. Motorcycles to the starting line. This is the start of the night session. Well, before we start the night session, we will ask all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps. Welcome, Gil Ojek. And we are going to have our national anthem. So if you would please join us. Please direct your attention to center track. And we will have our national anthem before we go into tonight's night show. With that, we are ready and set to go. The night session at Glory Days, Vintage Drag Race, Car Show, and Swap Meet. A special thanks as well to the entire cast and crew here at Byron Dragway, making these events possible. Starting line in the starting in the staging lanes. Your staging lane director today, that is Terry Simpson. Operating the water box today, 34 years on the job, Tommy the Hitman Mercer at center track. and his apprentice in training, that is Camden Isley, a local from Byron, Illinois. Your chief starter today, that is Jeff Spearling of Streator, Illinois, a championship-winning Super Comp racer in his own right. The entire fire safety crew on down track. Ian Knapp at time slips, the talented and hardworking crew from the award-winning Dragway Diner. Sedona Griffey, your clock operator extraordinaire. Track owner B.J. Vanksness. The entire crew doing the souvenir sales. We've got Mark and Dave in tech and the entire crew at Byron Dragway. Al Police making a great run to the left-hand side to kick off the night. 1286, 102 miles per hour for Al Police of Rockford, Illinois, aboard his Harley-Davidson Sportster in the left-hand side. Stock class cars coming out next. Another one from the Forest City of Rockford, Illinois comes entry number 45. It is Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, that is a Ford Flathead V8. All-period correct sprint car out of Rockford, Illinois, and guess what? It is street legal. In fact, on your way home tonight, you might actually see it going down River Road to get back to Rockford. Ron Johnson of Rockford, 1502, 86 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Well, the Meltdown drags El Camino in the left-hand lane. Paired up at entry number 212. The four-door on the right-hand side goes at 1361, 100 miles per hour. And the Meltdown drags El Camino. Lights the scoreboard, 1827, 66.09 miles per hour. Hot Rod Class cars. We're looking for Hot Rod Class cars. To the lanes, please. Hot Rod Class cars to lane number 2, please. Hot Rod Class cars to staging lane number 2, please. Once again, Hot Rod Class cars, we are looking for you in lane number 2. Hot Rod Class cars in lane number 2. That is Brad Lathrop of Orland Park, Kansas. 1965 Pontiac GTO. And a 12-second street car. That is a lot of fun. 1260 at 105 for Mr. Lathrop. This is Jim Dillon from Highland, Michigan in a 62 Chevrolet Corvette. Left-hand side, a 327 under the hood, paired up with number 263 in the right-hand lane. That is Chuck Turner in a 57 Chevy 150 from Emerson, Illinois, a 2019 elapsed time for Chuck Turner. 1473, 93 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Jim Dillon in the Corvette. So Hot Rod Class cars, we are looking for you. Hot Rod Class cars, we are looking for you. To the lanes, please. E-Gas to lane number 3. E-Gas, first call to lane number 3, please. Well, a beautiful four-door 56 Chevy coming up in the tower side. This is Chris Lane from Hinckley, Illinois. He is a 46-year-old HVAC contractor. $496 under the hood on the left-hand side. Beautiful car. Great to have it here. Thank you for sharing it with us. Chris Lane in the left-hand side. Right up at number 257 in the right-hand lane. That is Tony McDonald from Strum, Wisconsin, in a 1937 Dodge pickup truck. And in 2019, Tony McDonald actually completed the 2019 tour of Hot Rod Drag Week with the pickup truck on the right-hand side. Of course, Hot Rod Drag Week coming to Byron Dragway on Thursday, September 16th. Mark your calendar. Yes, it's a weekday. Call in sick. Use a vacation day. Do whatever you have to do, but you will want to be here for Hot Rod Drag Week coming up Thursday, September 16th. 11:10, 113 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Chris Lane, your winner in the left-hand side. Now comes probably one of the coolest cars of the weekend, and it's not even a car. In fact, it's a pickup truck, and it's a bit of a sleeper. This is Ron Plender from Box Elder, South Dakota. In a 1950 Chevy 3100 pickup truck with a 292 inline six-cylinder and a manual transmission. He is actually among the Inliners International C-Gas Sedan record holder. Pretty cool. So Ron Plender all the way from Box Elder, South Dakota. And you can hear the high winding inline six-cylinder in that pickup truck as he works it through the gears. All the way from Box Elder, South Dakota, Ron Plender goes 11:14, 117 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. How cool is Ron Plender's pickup truck? Ron Bruder in the right-hand lane. He went a 14:17 elapsed time at 102 miles per hour in the right-hand lane in that pair. E-Gas lane number 3. D-Gas, we are looking for you in lane 4, please. E-Gas, lane 3. D-Gas, lane 4. E-Gas, lane 3. D-Gas, lane 4, please. Ken Burnmeister, he's on the right-hand side from Mokina, Illinois. That is a 1938 Pontiac Coupe. Well, the Pontiac 455 powering Ken Burnmeister's Pontiac Coupe. Ken is a Vietnam veteran. Thank you, Ken, for your service to our country. He'll go with 13:38, 101 miles per hour for Ken Burnmeister on the right-hand side. Car number 189 turns a 13:03 elapsed time and gets the win in the left-hand side for Dennis Perry of Lucas, Ohio, all the way from the Buckeye State. Thank you, Dennis Perry, for being at Glory Days. Sedona, I may be a broken record this evening because I'm going to say how many cars I think are the most unique entry of the day, and this one, well, this one might just be it. The Willys Jeepster coming up with a big block under the hood, an unconventional car with a lot of horsepower. So that is Brian Galligan of New Berlin, Wisconsin. He is driving a 1948 Willys Jeepster. His occupation is he is a prototype technician. In the combination in this Jeepster, well, that is qualified for a prototype in and of itself. Paired up with number 37 on the right-hand lane. And Bob Clothier in the 57 Chevy will get the win. 11:97, 113 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Bob Clothier of Polo, Illinois. Final call. E-Gas class. Final call. E as in Echo. Gas class to the lanes, please. E gas. Final call to the lanes, please. Lane at number 3. D gas, lane 4, please. D gas to staging lane at number 4. At this time, looking for D gas to staging lane at number 4. This is the one they call Doc. Lawrence Clothier, the left-hand side of Mount Morris, Illinois. A 59 Chevrolet Impala two-door hardtop car in the left lane. Doc, in the left side, he quit racing in 1967 and started a dairy farming business. He returned 3 years ago. That's right, about a 50-year hiatus. And he is having fun, and he is hooked once more. Larry the Doc, Lawrence Clothier, goes a 12.94 laps time, 107 miles per hour, 13.28 at 105 in the right-hand lane. And the Doc gets the win, left-hand side, in a beautiful Impala from Mount Morris, Illinois. Well, looks like we got the Beach Boys coming up next. No, not Brian Wilson and company. I'm talking about the Beaches. Brian and Gordy Beach. Coming up, the final pair, looks like, of E-Gas entries. Pulling out of the staging lanes now. A final call, D-Gas. D-Gas cars. Final call to the lanes, please, for D-Gas to the staging lanes, please. So, Gordy Beach in the Studebaker. He is the retired fire chief from Rockford, Illinois, the left-hand side. He also has on display a very prized car belonging to Ron Colson. Ron, of course, drag racing legend. Ron, a local from Oregon, Illinois, a member of the county board for so many years. And Gordy has a car of his on display at the Gasser Wars magazine display all weekend long. So, Gordy in the Studebaker left-hand side. And his son, Brian Beach, in the Plymouth Valiant right-hand side. Well, looks like father doesn't know best this time. Nope. Brian Beach will get the win. 15-18, 89 miles per hour to Plymouth Valiant right-hand side. 15-55, 86 the speed for Gordy Beach, the retired fire chief. Final call, D-Gas. D-Gas to the lanes, please. C-Gas. We're looking for C-Gas as well. C-Gas cars to the lanes, please. D-Gas to lane 4. C-Gas to lane number 5. A final call, D-Gas. D-Gas to lane number 4. Final call, D-Gas to lane number 4. C-Gas C-Gas, we need you now in lane number 5. C-Gas cars to lane number 5. Danny Zanstra of Montgomery, Illinois, coming up in the 1930 Chevrolet Gasser left-hand side. Very patriotic paint scheme. We do love that. Heard up at number 97 in the right-hand lane. At 97, a pickup truck. Let's find him here. Looks like that is, yep, Dave Adams of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. In a 1941 Willys pickup truck. And the pickup truck is out front. And safe to say the pickup truck's got this one in the bag. $12.97 to $105 for the Willys pickup truck of Dave Adams. Getting the win over Danny Zanstra in the 37 Chevy Gasser. C-Gas cars, lane number 5. C-Gas cars, lane number 5. B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7, please. Looking for B-Gas cars, staging lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas cars, lanes 6 and 7. Well, this is Uncle Gerald Bacon from Kingston, Illinois. No, he's not my uncle, but he is brother to Steve Bacon, uncle to Ben Bacon. He's coming up now, the 1953 Chevy Bel Air, left-hand side from Kingston, Illinois. One of 3 Bacons in competition this weekend. And he is squaring off against the 55 Chevy in the left-hand lane. That is number 66 of Dave Dexter out of Gilman, Illinois. And he is a 55-year-old painting contractor. He's going to paint the Winlight green at the finish line. 1174, 115 miles per hour for Dave Dexter, your winner on the right-hand side over Gerald Bacon. Uncle Gerald, they call him. Going a 1281 at 103 in the Chevy left-hand side. So we're looking for B-Gas. B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas. Staging lanes 6 and 7, please. B-Gas cars, staging lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas, B-Gas, lane 6 and 7, please. B-Gas, staging lanes 6 and 7. Looking for B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7. B-Gas cars, staging lanes 6 and 7, please. And we'll take A-Gas. A-Gas class, lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas class, lanes 8 and 9. Super stock 10 and 11. Super stock 10 and 11. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Super stock 10 and 11. A final call for B-Gas. Final call B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7, please. Preston Nelson all the way from Marshall, Nebraska on the 59 Anglia. Just 71 years young, a 388 Chevrolet under the hood for Preston Nelson. 59 Anglia on a solo run. He'll go 1078, 121 miles per hour. Great run for Preston Nelson. So B-Gas cars, lanes 6 and 7. A-Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Super stock to lanes 10 and 11. Super stock lanes 10 and 11, please. We're looking for super stock lanes 10 and 11. Super stock class cars lanes 10 and 11, please. Super stock class cars lanes 10 and 11. Super stock lanes 10 and 11. Super stock class cars lanes 10 and 11, please. That is Mr. 56. Eddie Hawkins in the right-hand side of Aurora, Illinois. He has actually owned that car for 56 years this year. It was gifted to him from his mother when he had started a new job, and it has been a time capsule ever since. It has been well documented in the pages of Gasser Wars magazine, a multi-page spread on that car on the right-hand side. For the 56 Chevy Del Rey of Eddie Hawkins. He is paired up with none other than Jack Liberto, the Green Hornet 27 Ford Coupe from Kansasville, Wisconsin. Liberto, 1086, 117 miles per hour for Liberto in the left-hand side. 1282, 100 miles per hour for Eddie Hawkins, Mr. 56 in the right-hand side. A final call for super stock class cars. Final call for super stock class cars to the lanes, please. A-Gas final call, lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas lanes 8 and 9. Factory experimental to lane number 12. Put the call out now as well for Dragsters and Altereds, lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, staging lanes 5 and 6. So a second call for dragsters and front engine dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6. Front engine dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6. Bob Rydell from Reno, Nevada, coming up in the 36th Plymouth P2 left-hand side. From Reno, Nevada, Bob Rydell. Put it on a great run, going 11:03, 105 miles per hour. Bob Rydell on the left-hand side. So a second call, front engine dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6. Front engine dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6, please. Front engine dragsters and Altereds to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Well, a lone super stock car before we go back into the altereds and dragsters filling the lanes at this time. Richard Foster. Beautiful 67 Chevrolet Nova from Cary, Illinois. 383 small block for Richard Foster. Beautiful super stock Chevy Nova. On a solo pass here before we go into dragsters and altereds. A little tire slippage for Richard Foster off the starting line. Having a hard time getting that Nova hooked up, it appears. So he'll just motor it down nice and easy to a 15:59 at 97.39 miles per hour for Richard Foster. Well, one of the first drivers through the gate this weekend. This is going to be one of the first altereds out of this session. That is Jamison Griffin of Owosso, Michigan. 32 Bantam altered, 302 Chevy. Set to come out, one of the first entries we have. The Illinois Outlaw, Bill Fusting, is right behind him. He is actually the champion of the 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion down in Bowling Green, Kentucky from just over Father's Day weekend this year. So what a distinction, what a title Bill Fusting holds with the Illinois Outlaw, set to come out here and about a pair or so away. He might be one of the first pairs, as a matter of fact. Well, lots of safety equipment on these drivers. The quicker and faster they go, the more equipment they have, from head and neck restraints to arm restraints. Very thick, heavy layer suits. I tell you what, these drivers are very grateful, though, that the temperatures are very mild this Glory Days weekend. You will remember just 2 years ago, Friday of this race had a 111-degree heat index. And boy, that was blistering. That was an exhausting day. So drivers certainly, with all their gear and helmets and fire safety equipment, certainly very grateful for the mild temperatures. In fact, people are walking around with coats on. I see someone wearing a coat out there right now, just wandering about. Boy, that just seems like a bizarro world from what happened out here 2 years ago with the heat index that was off the charts. So, leading the way, it'll be Jamison Griffin and Mike Allison. Allison coming up on the right-hand side. That is the Crosley Dragon Wagon from Yorkville, Illinois. A 1948 Crosley station wagon with a 434 small block Chevy in the right-hand side. And you can see why they call it an altered, because that wheelbase is very altered beyond what you would imagine of a factory Crosley station wagon. Where would the front tires be? Well, you can see it cut out. That's where the zoomy headers from the exhaust are popping through the fender well of where the front tires once were. Instead, well, they extend probably 8 feet further out in front of the bumper. So Mike Allison and Jamison Griffin. Griffin getting that car all kinds of sideways on the burnout. 32 Bantam altered left-hand side from Owosso, Michigan. Jamison Griffin, just 36 years of age, paired up with Mike Allison. 68 years young in the right-hand lane. The Dragon Wagon, Crosley Station Wagon altered. Jamison Griffin in the left-hand side. Mike Allison in the Crosley Dragon Wagon. Boy, the Crosley Dragon Wagon is light on the front end, kind of floating the front tires for the first 200 feet. And he'll get the win, 894, 144 miles per hour for the Dragon Wagon of Mike Allison on the right-hand side, picking up a big win over Jamison Griffin on the left-hand side. Griffin goes a 963, 134 miles per hour in the tower side of the drag strip. Two bad hot rods coming up. I do not believe Patrick Hampton has run yet this weekend. He's been here since yesterday, tuning and wrenching. On the car coming up, looks like he's going to possibly take the left-hand lane, and this may well be the car that clips off the lowest ET and top speed of the weekend, to be determined. So let's see how they pair. Looks like it's going to be Patrick Hampton and Bill Fusting, and that will be one for the ages, if that's the case. And it will be Patrick Hampton. They're getting fuel shot into the injectors. And you can hear the blower whine. Lots of power coming up between these pair. Between this pair of Patrick Hampton and Bill Fusting. And that's what we came for, the side-by-side burnouts. Wow, don't break your wrist there, Bill Fusting. Violent front tire shake at the deceleration of the burnout for Fusting to the right-hand side. The Illinois Outlaw in the right-hand lane. Tower side, that is Patrick Hampton, his first run of the weekend from Hebron, Indiana. A 1930 Ford A with a blowing supercharged small block Chevy in the left-hand lane. And in the right-hand side, Bill Fusting, the Illinois Outlaw from Waukegan, Illinois. A 48 Fiat Topolino, your 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion Champion on the right-hand side, Bill Fusting. Hold on to it, Patrick. Some tire spin, some tire shake, and he is trying everything in his power to try to get it to hook up and down the track. But maybe he'll bring it back once more before the night's over. A 1:23 60-foot time for Patrick Hampton. He was keeping pace with Bill Fusting there for a while, but Fusting eventually vanished off into the horizon. An 8:60 elapsed time, 151 miles per hour for Bill Fusting. He takes it well past the turnoff, using the extended shutdown area. Still waiting to see him turn it around. And looks like he did. Yep, he has cleared the turnoff area. So we are indeed ready to go with Gavin Rickcow and Clinton Champlain. So the YouTube star, Gavin Rickcow, look him up on YouTube, the Red Line Rebuilds. don't know if it was like TechCrunch or one of those Mashable or some sort of one of those online websites. Pretty mainstream stuff. Did a feature on Redline Rebuild, so it has certainly crossed the plane from being a hot rodder stain only to a mainstream success. The Redline Rebuilds of the parts chaser Davin Rickow from Michigan in the left-hand side. Paired up with a driver from right down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. That is Clinton Champlain in the front engine dragster right-hand side. And in the right-hand lane of that car, that one makes me nervous in the top end. You do see him dance around a little bit, so hopefully he'll keep this one pointed straight down Broadway. Clinton Champlain on the right-hand side. Davin Rickow, left-hand lane. Rickow from Michigan. Champlain from Stillman Valley, Illinois. Nostalgia Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Champlain is out front. Can he stay there? Yes, he will. The local driver from Stillman Valley will get the win over Davin Rickow of Michigan. 8:52 laps time, 1:54 for Clinton Champlain on the right-hand side. 8:90 with a 2 at 1:47 for Davin Rickow in the Parts Chaser Haggerty Insurance-sponsored front-engine dragster out of Michigan. Again, we are now looking for Nostalgia Gassers lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers lanes 5 and 6. Great Lakes Gassers lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Gassers lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, this is the Ornery Buzzard, as so he calls himself. Kevin Krause of Montgomery, Illinois, a 1957 front-engine dragster in the right-hand lane. Paired up with number 927, that is Graham Chance of Kingsville, Missouri, in a 23 Ford Altered in the left-hand lane, a car that was originally built in the late 1960s. Looks like Krause has got the Ornery Buzzard hooked up and driving away. 974, 140 miles per hour for Kevin Krause in the right-hand side. 1165 at 116 for Graham Chance in the left-hand lane. So we are looking for the Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Buddy Webb of Imperial, Missouri on a solo pass in the King Chassis Dragster. On the right-hand side, wow, what a wheels-up launch for Buddy Webb. That slingshot dragster is giving him a handful. Looks like he's got it straightened out and through the quarter mile. He will go a 9 flat elapsed time, 148 miles per hour. For Buddy Webb, his best run of the weekend, I do believe. Tom Colwell Jr. from Garden City, Michigan. Coming up on the left-hand side, a very unique, very cool, and boy, does that thing seem to really bounce and rattle on the way back. A 1962 Dragmaster Dart front-engine dragster on the left-hand side. A lot of flex in that chassis of Tom Colwell Jr., Michigan-based racer on the left-hand side. His father, Tom Colwell Sr., a racer as well, has a 409 Superstock. Tim Risen on the right-hand side, the special agent in the 1930 Ford A in the right-hand side. And Tom Colwell in a very bumpy ride in that rear front engine dragster to the left-hand side. He's going to get the win, 9:04, 146 miles per hour for Tom Colwell Jr. And 11:14 to 125 for Tim Risen to the right-hand side. And it looks like the lanes are filling up now with the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. They're getting paired up for their match races. The Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers coming up next. So once again, Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Nostalgia Gassers, 3 and 4. Great Lakes Gassers, lanes 5 and 6 at this time. And here is a car with some history. Vinny DeFore, the Russo and Santo C Gas 41 Willys sedan from Detroit, Michigan. Coming up on the left-hand side, this very car, won the Indy C Gas Championship in 1967 and 1968. And all the way back in the day, wow, he had that car so sideways on a burnout, it actually popped the door open. Little tweak to the chassis, perhaps. This is actually, in the left-hand side, the first C-Gas car in history to ever run a 10-second elapsed time. Again, he was a 1967 and 1968 Indy C-Gas champion 2 years in a row. The Russo and Santo C-Gas 4-door 41 Willys sedan of Vinny DeFore. Out of Detroit, Michigan, the Motor City. Paired up with Steve Bacon. That's the Innocent Rascal. Willys from Kingston, Illinois. One of 3 Bacons in competition this weekend. So the Innocent Rascal on the right-hand side and the Russo and Santo C-Gas are on the left-hand side. Steve Bacon hugging the center line. Get it back in the groove, Steve. And he's going to have to abort the run, it appears. And Vinny DeFore is going to go straight down Broadway. 10:64, 123 miles per hour for Vinny DeFore in the historic Russo and Santo 41 Willys sedan. Well, that was Steve Bacon to the right-hand side of the previous pair. Here comes his son, Ben Bacon, being backed into the water box by his wife, Michelle Bacon. And they are paired up with Steve Yoder of Indiana in the Novocaine Chevrolet Nova on the right-hand side. Well, hopefully there's still some rear slick left on that tire for Ben Bacon because he is roasting it in the water box area. His wife, Michelle, backing him up. You may recall this car and his backup girl are in the commercial featured on local television here recently. So Michelle Bacon, wife to Ben Bacon, driving the Tub and Squirt Anglia in the left-hand side, paired up with Steve Yoder. The Indiana-based driver on the right-hand side, Novocaine, is what he calls that supercharged, blown Chevrolet Nova from Indiana on the right-hand side. Ben Bacon has got his hands full. He unloaded the rear tires. I think he hit the wheelie bar so hard to the left-hand side. But he's an experienced driver, and he gathers it up, but it is too little too late. Steve Yoder and the Novocaine will get the win on the right-hand side. 993, 135 miles per hour for Steve Yoder. Ben Bacon salvaging what was a wild run off the starting line. Goes a 1089 at 120 miles per hour in the left-hand side. John Swick coming up now, the 37 Chevy Coupe in the left-hand side, the NNO Boys Garage and Speed Shop. 37 Chevy from Dayton, Indiana. Another Hoosier coming up in the left-hand side. Paired up with Kip Galloway, the High Life Ford Falcon. And boy, under the lights you can see the metal flake and the paint job of the Falcon on the right-hand side. So photogenic. The paint job of the High Life Falcon belonging to Kip Galloway in the right-hand lane. From Mackinac, Illinois comes Kip Galloway in the right lane. From Indiana comes his opponent in the left-hand side of John Swick. Well, Galloway's got a big jump off the starting line, and can he capitalize? Will it be enough, or can John Swick reel him in? No, he will not. Win light's going to go to the right-hand side. Kip Galloway, the High Life Ford Falcon, is your winner. 968 at 137 miles per hour on the right-hand side, getting the win over John Swick in the 37 Chevy left-hand lane. In the right-hand side, the Waldo's Revenge entry of David Walters. This has been a wild ride for the Anglia on the right-hand side. And this one's a little more toned down. Still a big wheels-up launch by anyone's standard, but for the Waldo's Revenger of David Walters, a bit more subdued, you may say. He'll get the win nonetheless. 12:07 to 1:02 on the right-hand side for David Walters from Monticello, Indiana. The Hoosier State is well represented this weekend. Dustin Robertson was in the left-hand side, a 15:17 elapsed time for the 55 Chevy wagon from Hannibal, Missouri. Well, you gotta love the side-by-side burnouts under the lights at Byron Dragway on a Friday night. Greg Grubel from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania, all the way from the Keystone State. Keystone State comes the 51 Chevy two-door sedan, 455 Oldsmobile under the hood for Greg Grubel in a car that he calls Class Reunion. And this one's had some pretty hard launches off the starting line. Let's see if he can do it again this time. He is paired up with Ted Beach, the Uncle Sam. Ted's Performance Shop 37 Chevy Coupe. Wow, hard launch for the Class Reunion. Greg Grubel, 51 Chevy. Will it be enough to hold off Ted Beach? Looks like it. Yes, it is. Identical 9:31 elapsed times. 140 miles per hour the speed for Greg Grubel. Ted Beach was closing in at 141 miles per hour, but the starting line advantage. The whole shot win to the Class Reunion 51 Chevy two-door sedan of Greg Grubel. And boy, did he leave hard. Sparks flying and everything underneath that 51 Chevy. What a ride that one was. Paging Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to the lanes, please. Lane 7 and 8, lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Lane 7 and 8, please. Well, we saw Ted Beach in the previous pair. Here comes Brandon Beach, the Daddy's Thane, 58 Chevy in the right-hand side. Another car that is very heavy on the metal flank in the right-hand lane. Paired up at number 5, this is Steve Malmstrom of Gibraltar, Michigan, a 1966 Rambler American 401 under the hood for the Michigan native of Steve Malmstrom. Well, they are wheel-to-wheel, door-handle to door-handle. This one could go either way at the finish line. Looks like Brandon Beach. Yes, it is. Daddy's Thane. 58 Chevy is your winner. 10:06, 132 through the traps. 10:52, 128 for the Rambler American of Steve Malmstrom. And the left-hand side, a native of Gibraltar, Michigan. All right, this might be the most unpredictable car of the day today. That is the Attack Austin. And everything is attack. He's in attack mode all the time, whether it's the burnout, whether it's the run down the track. Rob Lyman stole from Jackson, Michigan, 1948 Austin. Short wheelbase, but no shortage of horsepower for Rob Lyman stole on the left-hand side. And Brian Blasey in the left lane. Knowing full well how long of a burnout his opponent does, elects to wait until he backs up. So Brian Blasey, knowing full well that Rob Lyman stole as a long burnout, decides to wait and burn out later so as not to let his tires cool down in the meantime. Should be a good race here. Blasey's got his hands full. That is a car that was built by his father in 1968. But it looks like the Attack Austin. Wow, this one traded the leader probably once, maybe twice. Looked like it was the Austin on the right-hand side for a good part of the time there towards the finish line, but no, Brian Blasey will drive around at the stripe. 9:35, 134 miles per hour as the Attack Austin on the right-hand side shuts it down early, giving the win to Brian Blasey in the left-hand side. Bill Archer in the Willie Mammoth coming up on the left-hand side from Paw Paw, Michigan. 41 Willys Coupe with a Hemi power plant under the hood, paired up with Rick Bowman from the Circle City of Indianapolis, Indiana, in a Willys that he calls Grit. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. We are looking for you, lane 7 and 8. Nostalgia Superstock, lane 7 and 8. So a pair of Willys Coupes. Bill Archer in the Willie Mammoth. Rick Bowman in the Grit. Well, Archer leads first. Bowman appears to be the quicker of the two. Archer still crossing the finish line first. A 9:92 elapsed time, 1:34 on the left-hand side for Archer, 9:88 and 1:31 for Bowman on the right-hand side. Archer leads first and crosses the finish line first. Brian Graylack, one of the Who Are Those Guys Car Club members. He is a farmer from Harvard, Illinois, in a beautiful 55 Chevy, paired up with Ryan Hanlon, the filmmaker from Route 3 Films in St. Louis, Missouri. The driver from the Gateway Arch goes a 10:50, 126 miles per hour in the Nova wagon from St. Louis. 9:50, 140 miles per hour for Brian Graylack. In the left-hand side, beautiful, immaculate 55 Chevy. The GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout Qualifying Session number 2 to the lanes, please. GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout second qualifying session to lane number 9, please. Looking for the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout qualifying session number 2 to the staging lanes, please. Lane number 9 for the GasserMadness.com Double A Gas Shootout qualifying to staging lane number 9, please. Well, what do you think, Byron Dragway? Was that a burnout to your satisfaction? He's at about the, well, probably 500-foot mark, almost to the 8th mile before he comes to rest. These are your Nostalgia Super Stock entries, and they are here for your entertainment. That is Dennis Scherer from Roscoe, Illinois, a somewhat local driver to left-hand side, a 1963 and a half Ford Galaxy, left-hand side. And that was an impressive burnout. I'm going to say the burnout of the weekend. Now, just as I say that, that's when everybody kind of gets into their mind, you know what, I want the burnout of the weekend. And you start to see racers begin to one-up each other. Gene Devanine in the right-hand side from Kane, Illinois, right-hand side. The better than nothing 1962 Dodge Dart to the right-hand side. So Gene Denevine to the right-hand side, Dennis Scherer in the left-hand lane. Scherer from Roscoe, Illinois, the big burnout champion tonight. He's going to go 1040, 129 miles per hour for the 63.5 Ford Galaxy. Dennis Scherer coming away the winner in that pair over Gene Devanine. This is Mitch Bonino from Crown Point, Indiana, 1964 Ford Fairlane 500 Thunderbolt. Beautiful car. It is something worthy of a car show, worthy of a museum for that matter. But instead, he brings it out to the track and shares it with each and every one of us and puts on a show. Mitch Bonino from Crown Point, Indiana, left-hand side, the Ford Thunderbird, very valuable car on the right-hand side. Paired up with Howard Kroll, the 65 Belvedere Paris Motor sponsorship from Savannah, Illinois. So the Belvedere on the right-hand side, the Thunderbolt in the left-hand lane. Mopar versus Ford. At the finish line, the Thunderbolt, the Ford. Mitch Bonino is your winner. 1046, 128 miles per hour for Mitch Bonino of Indiana. A final call, GasserMadness.com, double A gas shootout qualifying session number 2. We are looking for you. GasserMadness.com, double A gas shootout qualifying session number 2. We are looking for you. So lane number 9, please. Lane 9, please. GasserMadness.com, double A gas shootout qualifying session number 2. To lane number 9, please. Doug Henderson coming up, the never too late 64 Plymouth Savoy Max Wedge. It is an original Max Wedge intake with factory 375 Carter carb on it. So very cool car for Doug Henderson. In the right-hand side, paired up with number 540 in the left-hand lane. Of Gordy Long. Gordy Long, quick on the tree. The Coronet in the left-hand side. Flash Gordon, they call him, and he is living up to it at the starting line. He comes away the winner, 10-17, 132 miles per hour for Gordy Long in the left-hand side. Doug Henderson, never too late. Well, except at the starting line this time, Doug. Unfortunately, you were a little too late at the tree. Giving the win to Gordy Long. Flash Gordon in the left-hand side. Excuse me. Hard Day's Night. John Rosette coming up in the Plymouth left-hand side. And the teacher's pet of Bob Durling from Mooresville, Indiana. So Durling, a native of Hendricks County, Indiana, 63 Plymouth Fury automotive teacher on the right-hand side. A number of auto tech teachers in attendance this weekend, passing down the wisdom, the tutelage on to the next generation. John Rousset, left-hand side of Columbia, Missouri, 1963 Plymouth Savoy. Max Wedge in the left-hand side. Hard Day's Night versus the Teacher's Pet 2. A nice small wheel stand from John Rousset. And he appears to have the upper hand in this matchup. Yes, he does. 10:03, almost a 9-second time for John Rousset at 130 miles per hour on the left-hand side. 10:34 at 1:26 in the right-hand lane for Bob Durling from Mooresville, Indiana. It looks like we are down to our final super stock entry of the session. Milt Trendell. From Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, the 1965 Dodge Coronet of Milt Trendell that he calls full tilt. So we're going to see if he puts this Mopar on full tilt as the final super stock of this session. Milt Trendell at the starting line on a solo pass. He left with the front end in the air. Very smooth run. This looks like, yes, the low ET for super stocks of the session. 902, 145 miles per hour for Milt Trendell. And what a high note to end the super stocks with this session. 902 at 145. Incredible. This is the GasserMadness.com Double-A Gas Shootout qualifying session number 2. Brian spots in the left-hand side. In a shakedown run earlier today, turned a low 5-second 5:0 elapsed time in the 8th mile. So Brian Spots is currently your number 1 qualifier at a 5:56, but we know he's got much more in the tank, given that he ran a 5:0 earlier. The It's Crazy Anglia on the left-hand side, paired up with Rick Thomas on the right-hand side. Another Anglia from right here in Byron, Illinois, the hometown hero. Rick Thomas on the right-hand side, Psychopaths. Brian Spots has got it all over the racetrack, and he will set a new low ET here in qualifying 5:29, 114 miles per hour. We know that he's got a lot more left in the tank. Well, you have to love the crew. Very animated. You can tell she's always about ready to pull her hair out when she watches Brian race down the track. To a 5:29, that is the new low ET for qualifying. So the top 8 qualifiers tomorrow night race in the Eliminator for the Double-A Gas. GasserMadness.com shootout. Great burnout to the left-hand side for John Reidenbach of Kenosha, Wisconsin. A 62 Chevrolet Corvette. A member of the Brew City Gassers, and he is racing in the GasserMadness.com Double-A Gas Shootout this weekend. So backing it up is John Reidenbach from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Of course, Kenosha, the hometown of a proud sponsor of Byron Dragway. That is Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. And Kenosha starter and alternator, one of those true but rare one-stop shops for anything you need, from engine building to chassis dynos, to grinding a crank, to rebuilding a motor from the ground up. They do it all, including drive shaft repairs and builds. Here we go. And Reidenbach is going to go 5:77, 121 miles per hour, right on par with his run from earlier today. He holds steady at the number 3 qualifying spot for Reidenbach in the Corvette. Number 3141, his best time of the weekend, 6:63 at 1:06 for Chuck Lipka from Eureka, Missouri in the 41 Willys. Well, this car here could be one that is a competition for the best burnout he has already this weekend, but let's see what he does this time. Skip Hortland in the 55 Chevy from Fox Lake, Illinois, on the left-hand side. The Steel in Time 55 Chevy. Well, he lived up to the hype. A great burnout from Skip Hortland, as to be expected from that 55 Chevy. Hey, we are looking for Meltdown Drags, MDA, Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10. Meltdown Drags Association to lane number 10, please. Jeremy Bennett. Jeremy Bonnet, right-hand side from Mentor, Ohio, 1933 Willys Double-A Gasser, a car that was originally built as you see it in 1968. From Cleveland, Ohio, the Hart Automotive entry of Jeremy Bonnet, owned by Don Moyer from GasserMadness.com of Mentor, Ohio. Jeremy Bennett in the right-hand side. He is your number 2 qualifier right now. Ran a 5:69 earlier today, 107 miles per hour. Can he improve? Can he get down in the low 5s and perhaps be the number 1 qualifier before this session is through? The low ET right now is a 5:29. Can he go 5:28 or better? That is the goal for Jeremy Bonnet and Don Moyer in the right-hand side. Your fourth place qualifier right now is Skip Hortland on the left-hand side of the Steedle Time 55 Chevy. And both drivers having to backpedal a 5:86 elapsed time for Bonnet on the right-hand side. That will not improve. That will not move him any further in the standings. He is still solidly the number 2 qualifier at this time for Jeremy Bonnet of Mentor, Ohio on the right-hand side. Meltdown Drags Association. Meltdown Drags Association to lane at number 10, please. Meltdown Drags Association to staging lane at number 10. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers, staging lanes 11 and 12. Meltdown Drags to lane at number 10. Brew City Gassers, 11 and 12, please. Nick Schervino coming up from Watseka, Illinois. 55 Chevy that he calls Poison Ivy. The left-hand side. And Paul Zilsdorf. Zilsdorf in the Willys pickup truck that he calls the Harry's Hauler. Known for his signature burnouts, and that one was a mild one by Harry Hauler standards. Zilsdorf on the right-hand side. He is currently outside the show. 7:93 is his low elapsed time. 7:05 on the scoreboard. That is the bump car. Left-hand side, Nick Schervino is the last one in the show, the 8-car field. But he's got problems. Nick Schervino can't put it in reverse. The iron worker from Watseka, Illinois, cannot get it in reverse. Chief starter Jeff Spearling begins to push it back. And it looks like Zilsdorf will cut the power to the Harry Hauler as we get the Poison Ivy out of the way. Meltdown Drags Association to lane at number 10. Meltdown Drags Association to staging lane at number 10. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12, please. Brew City Gassers to staging lanes 11 and 12, please. So it'll be a solo pass for Paul Zilsdorf. Can he crack into the low 7s? No, the Harry Hauler wants to drive towards the center line, uncharacteristic of the Willys pickup truck of Paul Zilsdorf. And he'll do a conservative 9 flat elapsed time, and he is currently going into Saturday outside the show. He is not in the 8-car field at this point. Boy, he's something of a local celebrity this weekend. Al Belize of Rockford, Illinois. He's got the biggest cheering section of the weekend, no doubt. I don't think anybody's really watching and taking a moment, and the whole crew has got cell phones out. Nobody lives for the moment anymore, Sedona. They all want to capture it on film, which, hey, that's okay. Al Belize, the Harley-Davidson Sportster on the left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. Well, we are down to our final two clubs of the night tonight. Should take us right to about 9:30, the scheduled stop time for the evening tonight. Do not forget, we do it all again tomorrow, expecting even more cars rolling in the gate tonight and tomorrow morning. A number of racers on the entry list still on their way here for the big Saturday show tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. Of course, we do have the VFW Post 97 from Oregon, Illinois, presenting our nation's colors tomorrow during the pre-race ceremonies. I understand we've also got, sponsored by Casalis Mobile Truck Repair, a backup and pinup girl contest tomorrow night at about 6 p.m. So a lot on the agenda tomorrow night. And tomorrow afternoon, of course, the swap meet gets started bright and early tomorrow morning. Car show activity, a lot of really cool show cars going to be on display. Not just at the Gasser Wars magazine display area with Phil Morris, but directly across from him as well. We got a couple of cars doing their car show debut out here this weekend, including a very rare Anglia beautiful car of Randy Schmidt of Strader, Illinois. Can't wait to see that one tomorrow. Car number 198 and number 197. These are the Stefanelli, father and son. Rex Stefanelli on the right-hand side, a 1937 Dodge Coupe from Oak Park, Illinois. Paired up with his son, that is Eric Stefanelli from Brookfield, Illinois. Uh-oh, looks like the time slips have come out of Rex's car on the right-hand side. Must not have had the window rolled up all the way, and the time slips have been deposited, or maybe a napkin or something. 12:04, Rex Stefanelli. Shedding some ballast on his way down the track, gets the win. 12:04 at 1:08 on the right-hand side. Eric Stefanelli goes 12:53 at 1:09 at the left-hand side. So the Dodge Coupe on the right side gets the win over the Plymouth Valiant in the left-hand lane. These are your cars from the Meltdown Drags Association. Ron Gassier in the Grand Spalding Dodge, 66 Dodge Charger left-hand side from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Wow, what a burnout for the Dodge Charger of Ron Gassier of the Grand Spalding Dodge sponsored entry from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Paired up with Jack Liberto. These are members of the Meltdown Drags Association, the MDA. And of course, Meltdown Drags making a triumphant return to Byron Dragway in 2022, August of 2022. Look it up online, mark your calendar, August 2022. The return of Meltdown Drags at Byron Dragway. So Ron on the Charger trying to get the jump off the starting line, but he's going to push it a little too far. He goes right against Jack Liberto. Liberto's going to sneak around him anyway. 10.99, 116 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Jack Liberto in the beautiful 27 Ford Coupe that he calls the Green Hornet. Special welcome to Steve Liberto as well. So once again, the Meltdown Drags to make their return in August of 2022. There's the Meltdown Drags El Camino, usually parked center track during Meltdown Drags on the right-hand side. 1374 for the four-door left lane at 96 miles per hour. And 1814, 74 miles per hour for the Meltdown Drags El Camino. Well, unsatisfied with his prior performance, it looks like Paul Zilsdorf feels committed. Feels like he owes something to the race fans with the Harry Hauler. Feels like he left too much on the table, so he is back once more for your viewing pleasure. Paul Zilsdorf in the Harry Hauler Willys pickup truck. What do you think, Byron Dragway? Is he going to redeem himself or what? Paul Zielsdorf, here's the problem. I think he raced with a little too conservative the last time. That's not Paul's style. He is wide open all the time. So I think that once Paul switched gears and said, you know what, I was trying to save my parts and pieces earlier. To heck with that, I'm going to burn it down at Byron Dragway on the starting line, and I hope the smoke clears before he leaves because we have no visual of the Harry Hauler in the tower. And this is a much better performance than before. He'll take it all the way through the quarter mile. The Harry Hauler goes in 11:09, 120 miles per hour for the Harry Hauler of Paul Zielsdorf. And the plume of smoke still dangling in front of the tower. The American flag pointed straight down to the earth at this point. Not a breeze to be found anywhere at this time, so the smoke just kind of, well, taking care of the mosquitoes at the starting line, I suppose. And now the Brew City Gassers to round out the Friday night session of Glory Days Vintage Drag Racing. Johnny Bucket in the Ford Econoline to the right-hand side. So Chad Stewart in the 57 Chevy and Johnny Bucket in the Ford Econoline heavy duty right-hand side. Wind light's going to go to Chad Stewart in the 57 Chevy, 1261, 96 miles per hour on the pie crust slicks. 1268 at 101 for Johnny Bucket in the 61 Ford Econoline right-hand lane. Neil Brown and Dean Trowbridge coming up next. Trowbridge in the Fleet line, Trowbridge in the Willys Coupe right-hand side. Neil Brown in the Fleet line left-hand lane. The old school hot rod flames on a black paint job for Neil Brown. Beautiful car on this weekend, paired up with Dean Trowbridge, right-hand side, the 40s Willys Coupe from New Auburn, Wisconsin. And Neil Brown's going to get the win, 11-11 with the 620 miles per hour to left-hand side for Neil Brown, your winner in the left-hand lane. Dave Herring from Kenosha, Wisconsin. On the left-hand side, a 31 Chevy Coupe. Bright yellow entry in the tower side. Paired up with, I believe that is Warren Anderson on the right-hand side. Yes, it is. Warren Anderson in the right-hand lane. In a different car this weekend than his typical 55 Chevy. And Dave Herring's going to struggle mightily in the left-hand side. No problem for Anderson in the right-hand lane. He'll go 11-20 with a 525 miles per hour for Warren Anderson in the right-hand lane. And on a nice leisurely stroll on a Friday night, Dave Herring will go 24.95 at just 42 miles per hour. Ronnie Green, the 48 Crosley wagon on the right-hand side from Janesville, Wisconsin. In the left-hand lane. In the right-hand side at number 003. That is Tom Herring, a 55 Chevy from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 55 Chevy to 454 big block with a 4-speed manual transmission for Tom Herring. In a car he calls pedaling. The Pelt pedaled. Win light to Tom Herring, right-hand side from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 10:01 is his elapsed time, 134 miles per hour. What a performance with a 4-speed Chevy from Kenosha for Tom Herring. And Eric Essie in the left-hand side from Madison Classics in Madison, Wisconsin goes a 10:44, 124 miles per hour in a beautiful 56 Chevy Bel Air, as built by Madison Classics. Vince Haywood from Antioch, Illinois, 62 Chevy 2. A former oval track racer on the left-hand side. And a beautiful two-tone Chevy 2 that says Jack's. What does that say? Jack's Block? Something. I can't read that, Sedona. Jack's Block Room. That's what it says on the left-hand side. And on the right lane at number 4. That is Rich Meyer, the Blacktop Bully. He's been pushing around other racers on the schoolyard all day today. Can Rich Meyer, the Blacktop Bully, push around Vince Haywood in this final session of the Brew City Gassers? Well, looks like Haywood may be reeling him in at the finish line. No, the Blacktop Bully muscles his way through the finish line. 11:48, 113 miles per hour for Rich Meyer on the right-hand side. 11:46 at 1:05 for Vince Haywood into the left-hand lane. So from Brothers Auto Body and Repair in South Beloit, Illinois, come Art Beeler and Joe Jacobson. Jacobson, whoa, he loses the hood. The Malibu loses the hood right past the Christmas tree. Art Beeler's not going to look around. The Sour Grape will get the win. 10-13, 131 miles per hour on the left-hand side. And I hope somebody got a photo of just how high hood that went for Joe Jacobson. Fortunately, they are sponsored by Brothers Auto Body and Repair. And I'm sure they can do the fiberglass work to repair that hood. Actually, it looks like it's in pretty darn good shape, all things considered. And talk about a dedicated crew person running back with the hood. We tip our cap to you, kind sir, for carrying that hood back with so much vigor. Thank you. And how about that? I mean, it looks like, you know what, maybe he's not even part of the crew. That might be a fan walking away with a hood. Somebody check his ID, find out if he is with the crew or not. He may be taking home a souvenir to put on the wall in his garage, quite possibly. Somebody follow that golf cart. Make sure it goes to the Joe Jacobson pit area. Wouldn't that be something? What a story that would be to tell. Hey, how'd you get the hood? Well, I went to the Dragway. I just walked off with it. Flew off, I took it home with me, and that's the story. Tom Allman, the Tough 2 Chevy 2, coming up on the left-hand side out of Tonka, Illinois. And Mark Davis, the president of the Brew City Gassers from Trevor, Wisconsin, in the King Rat 55 Chevy, right-hand side, paired up with Tom Allman, who set a personal best low ET earlier today in the Tough 2 Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane. And Tom Allman sets another personal best, 10-15, 131 miles per hour in the Tough 2 Chevy 2 in the tower side. Well, there's another showman for you. That is Greg Stelsey from Greg's Speed Shock in the Joker Pontiac on the right-hand side. No shortage of horsepower, and how about an impressive burnout? I think we're about one, maybe two pairs away from wrapping up the Friday night session of Glory Days at Byron Dragway. So Greg Stelsey on the right-hand side. The 59 Pontiac from Wisconsin out of the Greg Speed Shop in Wapaka, Wisconsin. Dave Adams in the 41 Willys pickup truck, left-hand side from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. What does he have? Does he have enough to stop Greg Stelsey? No, not even close. The Joker Pontiac is going to vanish off into the distance. Quarter-mile time, 9:40 with a 7, 142 miles per hour for the Joker. Greg Stelsey from Greg's Speed Shop in Wapaka, Wisconsin. Jeffrey Jacobson of Beloit, Wisconsin in the Ford Scare Lane. 55 model Ford Fairlane left-hand side. Paired up with John Reidenbach. 62 Chevrolet Corvette. These are the Brew City Gassers. Wow, the Scare Lane is on a very scary run in the left-hand side, and the same thing goes for John Reidenbach, both drivers. Backpedaling their cars, 1098 for Reidenbach on the right-hand side. Win light goes to Mr. Jacobson in the left-hand lane. Jeffrey Jacobson in the Ford Scare Lane is your winner. Left-hand side from Beloit, Wisconsin. Get a report that he must be dragging something out of the car. Well, it sounds like it was a breather dragging beneath the Ford Scare Lane. Still attached to the car, so that is a good sign. Looks like we got 2 cars left, 1 pair left. And then that'll be a wrap for Friday night of Glory Days.
Knocking on my door Monday morning, I'm gonna say he don't live here. I don't know this man. If he ain't got a picture saying I did it, or some DNA.
So a final pair of cars suiting up. Looks like an altered and a front engine dragster. Can't see for sure from our vantage point. But 2 remain to cap off this Friday night. Thank you so much for being here. And if you are headed for the exit, safe travels home. Be careful on the roadways. And don't forget, we'll be doing it all again tomorrow. We'll be doing it all year long, for that matter. All the way through about early mid-November. Racing action here at the Playground Power all year long. Of course, some more big special events on the schedule this year. Hot Rod Drag Week coming here on Thursday, September 16th. Mark your calendar on that one. Take the day off work. Do whatever you have to do, but be here on Thursday, September 16th for Hot Rod Drag Week. And, of course, perhaps one of the all-time fan favorites at Byron Dragway, the World Power Wheel Standing Championships, presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, coming up on Sunday, October 3rd. A must-see event. Of course, we got Big Bucks Bracket Bash Racing all year long. We've got some motorcycle drags still to do this year. Index Racing, diesel drags, you name it, we've just about got it all here at Byron Dragway. So make sure you log on to ByronDragway.com. Check out our schedule for a list of all the upcoming events here at the Playground of Power. And they have fired up the engines for the final 2 cars, and then that will be a wrap for Glory Days Friday night edition. So, race fans, we are going into overtime. Glory Days Friday night Stretching things till about 9:43 this evening. Tom Kowal Jr. and Jamison Griffin, your final pair. Griffin in the altered right-hand side, and Tom Kowal Jr. in the front-engine dragster, the 1962 Dragmaster Dart from Garden City, Michigan. So Griffin in the altered right-hand side from Owasso, Michigan. A 32 Bantam altered paired up with the 62 Dragmaster Dart of Tom Kowal Jr. in the left-hand lane. Kowal appears to have this one in the bag. Win light left side. Tom Kowal Jr. breaking into the 8 seconds. 8:99 with a 9, 147 miles per hour for Tom Kowal Jr. 9:48 at 1:37 for Jamison Griffin. And that's a wrap for Friday night at Glory Days. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you again tomorrow. Don't forget, Swap Meet Gate opens at 8 a.m. Racer Gate opens at 9 a.m. Spectator and Car Show Gate opens at 10 a.m. Track racing action resumes at about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Lots of racing. We've got more cars coming in the gates tonight and tomorrow morning for what promises to be an exciting Saturday edition of Glory Days coming up tomorrow. Special thank you to everyone out here, all the racers, all the fans. Thank you to Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine and all involved. That is a wrap for Friday night. Drive safe. We'll see you again tomorrow.